Hello, everyone, and welcome to Old World. We are live with the final match of round 2. Nope, getting ahead of myself there. Final match of round 1. We're waiting for round 2 for the Old World division. That's the eastern part of the world, Euro, Africa, Asia. The non-Americas time zones. Eastern Hemisphere, that's what I'm looking for. Yep, this is the final game. Once this concludes, we will have an exciting round 2. Lots of anticipation built up for that at this point. This is a game that could have concluded several different times. And yet, these players endure and press on, which is quite something, to be honest. It's quite something. I'm just getting myself set up in all the right places. So if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, appreciate you being here. And we'll get this started momentarily. We gotta let our friends on Discord know that we're live. Always important. You'll have to forgive me, I am a bit under the weather today. So yeah, we'll be a little low energy, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I find it a little bit difficult to be low energy at pretty much anything. We're building walls in this frontline city. Suppose actually that does actually make sense. Might as well. It would be lovely if we could rush it. Is this a rebel? Yes, it is. Both nations have been having quite an issue with rebels lately. I'm gonna go, oh man, politics in Rome looks like shit! What the hell is happening? Oh, we're building the Mojave Hara. Building some camel archers as well. That's always fun. That's going to be great against the Persian unique unit, actually. So that's not a bad decision at all. In jest, I believe I was informed that I slurped my tea live, so I apologize. We will be doing that because, again, I have a sore throat. So we're going to see how things are. All right, so let's get into the game here and see how it's going. I'm in, good to go. Yep, everybody knows we're good to go. Timer's working. We're turn 116. Turn 116 at an epic match. Before we dive in, let's do a brief overview, okay? So the Romans did Roman things, right? They cleared quickly. They moved quickly. They built units quickly, and they ended up all the way over here in Carmania in the very first session to try to do some classic tactician, I believe it was the tactician, harass. That backfired. I don't think they lost anything, but they had to back off. A better use of that level of pressure would have been to clear this site where Ortospana was settled and take it, but the Romans did not. They got to a position where they had to just full retreat back. But they did manage to secure all the way up to the center site and settle. Time and time went on, and eventually the Romans were geared up for round 2. They waged a quite large assault on Ortospana. Things were not looking great for the Persians. However, in classic fashion, sentinel slingers seized the day. And actually, I think there were quite a few spears coming out. This has been like a 40-year battle of spears, by the way. I think both players literally only had spears, and then the Persians obviously were augmenting with their slingers. But the Romans, I think, just straight up attacked with nothing but spears for something like 50 turns. It was quite something. And then, when things equalized, when this battle was lost, the Persians came and pressed and took the center site, and in a shocking, if not infuriating and surprising upset, the Romans were left with approximately 3 to 4 units left in their entire empire, with Persians bearing down, and yet the Persians stopped their advance. They were content to seize the central position, and I imagine they were spooked into not making the same mistake that the Romans had just made against them some years prior. So we had quite some time of a harrowing standoff between two nations, and then the Persians finally launched their attack on the Romans just in time for a free ballista to come out, along with 2 free unique units, and the entire Roman army to be at full strength once more. So let that be a lesson. Let that be a lesson to taking risks. You know, if your opponent's weaker or much weaker, or sometimes you just have to press on. And of course, those decisions can cost you the game as much as they can, well, cost you the game if you don't do them. That's what makes them risks. But in the time it took Persia to kind of, consolidate and try and try to get themselves back in the game, they actually let Rome get back in the game. And then the Romans decided to clear and clear and clear, and we are now up north, settling once more with an army, probably the same situation as, 60 years ago. About half of the Roman army is up north. So the Romans, I think, are going to try and settle as much territory. The Persians eventually sent an army all the way north to the Pannonian Plains. It seemed as if they were going to try and open a distant front, maybe pairing alongside some of incoming Vandal raids, and start attacking the Romans from the north and work their way south. A bold plan. Perhaps not necessarily the best plan, but certainly I dig the idea of it. I love following alongside raiders when they're raiding my opponent. You can always make for some cheeky fun. But now the Persians seem to have taken all of those orders and returned back to the motherland. What's the status? What's their status? They're at peace once more. Thank God. They are at peace once more. The Danes. The Persians had peace with the Danes for some years, which prevented them from being raided. But eventually, for some reason, probably an event, that peace was shattered just in time for Persia to be in conflict with the Romans, and they started getting raids, and they let some raids distract them from pressing on as well. So that gives us a full recap, and if you've watched all 9 or 10 hours of this, I apologize for taking those, 3 or 5 minutes to recap, but if you just skipped right to the end, that's more or less the narrative. I highly encourage you to go back and check out, I think it's session 1 or number 2, I don't really recall, where the Battle of Ortospana. That is very exciting and a thrilling defensive cliff. So if you just skipped right to this end session, look for this battle in part 1 or 2. It might be the beginning of part 2, if I recall. And then over here, there's another really big battle, and you can see, what not to do, basically. Don't let your opponent build back up. Because the Persians tried to attack, and the attack did not go very well at all. So, let's look at some real stats. Politics in Persia is also terrible. Look at this, statesman. Negative 629 opinion. The statesmen have been furious all game long. This city of Shiraz has basically been filled with Roman agents, and that's just a euphemism for the fact that it's been spawning rebels constantly. Constantly. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Veneration, on the other hand, for the Romans has been putting in some serious work. It took quite some time, despite the political discord, for the Romans to start seeing consistent rebels. In fact, yeah, the rebel probability is still only 5% in some families. So yeah, it's that's that. Let's look at power graphs. Power graphs is fun. That will tell the tale of the massive defeats between both nations. Look at this. This is a game, guys. This is a game. Even as a more experienced player, this is the kind of thing I love to see in a game. I love when me and my opponent just beat the absolute crap out of each other over like 60 turns. So the Romans came in. This is the Battle of Ortospana. Clear advantage, as we can see, and just absolutely was slaughtered by Persia. Look at this power graph on the Persian side. Barely moves. Barely moves. And yet we have a complete tanking. Like I said, down to 4 units. 3 or 4 units. 1,000 power. All the way down to 220. Insane fight. So again, go back to either the end of part 1 or the beginning of part 2 to check out this fight. If you have not checked out this fight, it's so worth watching. Really stalwart defense from the Persians. And then here we have a bit of the reverse tale. So these frontier cities are proving hard to crack into, because rather than press on from the center at this stage around turn 80, Persia decides to take all this time to build up, which can be a wise decision, but of course in that time frame, the Romans built up. And then a similar tale. Of course, the Romans did lose a lot of units as well. They performed worse in their defense, respectively anyway, than the Persians did, but they held nonetheless, which is the only thing that matters, and both nations take a nosedive, and they are neck and neck in power now. Almost the exact same power here on turn 118, which is just so impressive. So a battle between these two now would just be a matter of logistics and tactics. Who has all of their units in one location, and of course, who uses those units better. We're actually starting to see forts go down, so this could... I mean, yeah, this is a stalemate of stalemates, guys. And it is a bit unfortunate that this is the final round match of round 1 for our Euro players, because I feel like that's dampening some of the excitement for the game a little bit. Understandably so. Everybody wants to get their maps, everybody wants to get their opponents, and everybody, most importantly, wants to get to playing. And I understand that. And of course, as organizers, we are aware of the feedback, and maybe not for this season, but certainly are investigating better solutions for the next season. So always a process. One thing to keep in mind as we navigate these tournaments, that we as organizers are learning as we go as well. And it's an iterative process where we try our best to improve on the experience for everybody involved. So huge shout out to our Euro players for their patience, yeah, this is what happens when you have two opponents who are of equal skill or relatively equal skill, and just neither of them can gain a definitive edge. Or, like I said, when they do, in the case of Persia, just a little bit, that's probably a little bit of experience showing where not quite reading the map. But, again, even the most experienced players can make mistakes. Alcaraz is a very cautious player. Of course, I know he does know when there's blood in the water, but he has been known to hesitate. I've been known to, well, not known, but I have hesitated occasionally and had that cost me games. So all sorts of stuff can happen. Let's check out science. Getting us back into this game here. So bear with me. Science is pretty much neck and neck. Oh my god, exact same thing, right? 4,724 science to 4,602. 20, right? So both players, after all this time, despite a lead at one point for one player, and you know, rising science for another player, they're equal, exactly equal science. Not the best science rate at this stage of the game, but that can happen sometimes when you end up in so much conflict with all your orders and production queues being spent on moving and building units. You really can fall behind in science. So, but yeah, again, once more, can't stress enough, this is unfortunately something that can happen even among experienced players. You can get in these standoffs, and that's why, again, I think risk taking is important sometimes. And you know, if anything, I'm probably a very big risk taker, and mostly because I don't want to ever be up on turn 118 if I can avoid it. I've had a couple of duels go that distance, you know, a couple of 120 duels. My first game against Aaron last season, the tournament lasted to about 122 or 125, and that was a fantastic game. But even in respect to that game, that was really quick. That was like 3 sessions. We both played pretty fast, and it was a smaller map. So yeah, my perspective is like, I'm going to take a risk, and it's either going to pay off, and I will win the game, and if it doesn't, well then, you know, just deserved victory for my opponent, because whatever gambit I was hatching or strategy I had cooking didn't work out. I have no issue conceding the field when the plan goes awry. Now, again, neither of those situations have really happened for these players because, again, the Persians did not press their advantage. So I do not fault Lerrike at any point in this situation for not conceding, because that's the tricky thing about this match. Neither player has been in a position where the game has definitively been over in any way, shape, or form. Both players have had a path to stay into this game, and they've succeeded in walking that path. Manor coming up in 2 turns for the Romans. What will that do for us? Volunteers could be useful as a form of rushing should we need it. Of course, we won't be able to rush because politics is terrible. But if we get that in order. Otherwise, it's looking good for a professional army. More experience on the back of a Roman army is quite nice. And I guess conscripts if we need them. What's our growth situation? Let's check it. Look at anybody doing good enough growth to actually make... We could do 4-turn conscripts, 5-turn conscripts. Which actually is probably faster than those cities can do spears, right? Well, you want to do camels here. Yeah, but... That's the other thing to think about in terms of this stuff. A 5-turn conscript is basically the same as a spear that can't get promoted. So you can make a decision there if once you get conscripts unlocked. Do you want a 9-turn spear or do you want a 5-turn spear that is a little less crap, a little worse? Now, of course, ideally, by the time you have manor unlocked, you can build a little bit faster than a 9-turn spear in any given city, or a particular city, but not all cities are going to be major production hubs, so maybe something like a trader nets city would be good for just cranking out conscripts if they want. More raids. Oh, that's another funny thing about this game. The Romans did not meet the Danes for half the game, so that was the other thing that with the complication for Persia is not only were they at peace with the Danes, which was a good thing because the tribe will only raid your opponent, Rome had never met them. So the Danes did not raid the opponent, and they just built up massively to what you can see here before they began raiding. Hello everyone, welcome to the chat. 16 here with me. Again, bear with me. I'm a little under the weather. So I might be a little bit less energy than usual, but more chaotic than usual, because brain doing brain things. But yes, 16 of you in the chat, and I suppose we will see more to come. It is a Saturday, and of course, If you're not playing all the world on Saturday, then what are you doing? We have an interesting hand here. We can get sovereignty, which I like. Portcullis could also be interesting. Why? Portcullis. Oh, we're going up for onagers. Finally. Yes. Siege will break this. Well, siege. So sovereignty, civic boost would be quite nice. What does the law count for both? We have 4 laws and 5 laws. Right, so the Romans can build their unique unit, which has come in handy. Persians now as well. And yeah, man, politics is so bad. We did have a happy family. Oh, all right, they're back to being happy. Great. And well, who's on the throne? We have a... Ooh, this is nice. We have a Persian... Oh, it looks like our previous ruler just died. So let's take a pick at what that was. Or, yeah, it was a tactician. So tactician to a hero regent. That could be an interesting opportunity. Making 118 training per turn. Launch offensive could be another thing that could potentially break these lines. But yeah, it would be tricky. It would certainly be tricky. Definitely not looking forward to camels being on the field for the Persians. Because, oh, and we're building a war elephant as well. I really like the diversity here. I have to say, that's pretty good from the Romans. Another thing that was online just in time, literally just in time, the first chariot that Rome ever built was online just as this battle had begun years prior. So they managed to get a decent route chain from it as well. But yeah, that diversity comes in handy. Let's take a look at the armies in total. Persia has 11 range unit, mostly archers and all archers and slingers. They have, ooh, and they have 2 chariots and a bunch of paladins. So this is going to secure all of their ranged poke, kill secure, and routing capability. And then we have 9 infantry on the field, which are macemen and spears. All right, so that's a pretty decent composition. You know, you have something to deal with spears, you have something to deal with enemy mounted. You have kill secure, range support, and route. That's a lot of the general basics of what you'd like to have a really good fight. On the Roman side, however, we have plenty of archers, quite a few chariots, so our route is secured. We have 2 camel archers now, which is going to be range support, hyper mobility, and also they're just really going to be tanky on all of this terrain. Also, I suppose it's fair to point out with camel archers, there's blitz potential there. You could, in theory, put a couple of... Stage your camels on this side, right around here, right? And then, as your opponent comes in for a major battle, and you're playing defense, being a little bit conservative with orders, hold the line, you could, in theory, launch a couple of camels across the way. I think a camel from this position would be able to force march all the way here-ish. And then a couple of interior camels alongside the rebel situation we've been seeing could really... Like, if you got 4 camels in here, that might cost you an entire turn with force marches, to be honest. But, 1 turn to do that. The next turn you can move them like normal. If you go straight for the capital with a couple of camels... or just start attacking cities with a couple of camels. The idea that I'm presenting here is damage on the cities prevents rush mechanics. And things like that. And also delays build time. So sometimes blitzing like that can really pay off. Or if you are able to bring a city down in one fell swoop with enough of a unit, that can also pay off. Question from the chat, what is the scout situation? Well, we're looking at everything Rome can see right now. So Rome can see this build-up along the center site. These 2 units are hidden because of the previous tactician, so they can't see the ballista. And that's about it. I think overall the Persian player has done better scouting. Now, if we look, so actually, let's look at the known world according to Rome. This is the known world according to Rome. So still no eyes up on this north. Of course, it can infer what is up there. Ooh, excuse me. From the fact that it's a mirror map. If we look over at the known world according to Persia, bit of a different story. Persia has scouted more of the open world and less of their opponent's territory. But they still have the general idea. And if we are thinking about what we know of the might of the Roman Empire, they're the northern scout in these lone woods up here, with eyes on the fact that there's a sizable force up north. And then, of course, there's one in the center here, looking at the retreat lines. And this is one of the things that's a little bit of a shame, that the fact that the Persians didn't take the advantage some 60 or 70 years ago, because at the time that the Persians had their power advantage, that's when these types of scouts got set up. So if you could see your opponent's back line, and there isn't a steady force of troops, and you can see your opponent's front line, and there's a few troops, I mean, you might as well just go in. Pretty nice scouting from the Persians. Our players plan to play for approximately 4 or 5 hours today. They are hoping to conclude this marathon session. Now, to recap, one last important stat we want to recap is orders. Neck and neck on orders all game. Surprising. Good performance here from Rome since they're up against a Persian player. And yeah, almost the exact same amount of orders. This is quite possibly the most even game of Old World played that I think I've ever seen. It's entirely possible. Like, no metric. Oh, food. Romans have surpassed them. But, like, economy aside, there's no metric by which both players seem to be, either player seems to be ahead of each other. Romans have secured a crapload of wonders. So, yeah, basically at this point, I would say the way this pans out, especially with this northern expansion here, right? The Romans are searching for a point win. So let's break that down. We have a bunch of strong cities, so legendary is not going to happen anytime soon. We have no points coming down the pipeline at all from our cities, actually. So we have 25 now. 2 coming from the Mahavihara when it's built. So if I were the Roman player, one thing I would think to do is secure the Ishtar as quickly as possible. Just secure it. Start building it. Plop a militia on top of it. Move the worker off and let it hang for a bit. Why are we going to do this? This is what's known as an Ishtar bomb, by the way. Or at least what I've affectionately come to call it. So the purpose of an Ishtar bomb is you secure the Ishtar and then you hang on to it. And then what you do is you go and settle as many cities as possible. Typically, you'd want to have this probably earlier in the game when you're doing your initial expansion. But it can also come in handy at this stage in the game too when you're trying to close out on points. So the Romans are up in the north campaigning against the Vandals, seeking to expand their holdings. So the idea of the Ishtar bomb is you secure the Ishtar, you expand and settle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sites. That's going to give you 6 points. You drop the Ishtar bomb, which is mean by the time you're around clearing, I don't know, maybe these 2 sites, you start actually completing the wonder. You put the worker back on to the wonder after it's been held in place by that militia for the entire time. And then when the Ishtar bomb finishes, you get 2 points from the Ishtar and another 6 from all of these cities that you just settled. They all jump up to developing culture. And then you get the developing culture event from each city. And then the other fun thing about that little trick is that all event payouts scale by empire size. So the larger the bomb, the bigger the payout. The more cities you have at developing by the time, at weak culture, by the time an Ishtar gate finishes, not only do you get more events, so more potential for nice goodies to come your way. And of course, all the great things that come from developing culture, the ability to rush and build better buildings and all that fun stuff, right? But in terms of, with respect to the Ishtar itself, you're going to get a gift basket of culture events. But not only the more cities you have, the more events you get. The more cities you have, the larger the payouts of each individual event will be. So yeah, if you've been unaware of that, give that a try on one of your games and see how it goes. Like I said, it can be especially useful in the early game. You know, your capital will hit developing relatively quickly, so you Rex across the map, get yourself 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cities, whatever is your goal, and whatever makes sense for the map. Don't overexpand, don't tax yourself too much. But you know, you get 6 or 7 cities, drop the bomb, and then you're going to get 5 or 6 culture events in one fell swoop, and each one of them will pay out a little bit more. All right. So that's the plan for the Romans. I would, if we're going to keep expanding, secure the Ishtar. Next important one to secure is the Mausoleum. Same logic. That's going to increase culture buildup in all of our cities. And honestly, if we can combine the Mausoleum with the Monumental Buddhist, which is another powerful culture wonder, and the Monumental Buddhist will help alleviate some of this opinion stress. Because for those of you who don't remember, the Buddhist gives you plus 60 in all religions, which means we'd actually get plus 60 opinion, by the way, which means we'd actually get plus 60 family opinion for all 3 families. Wouldn't really do too much, but it would help. Would help the state that we're in. What's interesting is this is one of those few games. I think sometimes we see one player with really bad politics, but even on this front, our players are even. So this could be a match that is decided by the political sphere. Because if you're furious, you get a minus 20% unit strength. Think about that. Conceptualize that for a moment. That means this would mean every Sentinel Slinger effectively loses Sentinel if Hunters becomes furious, right? And so that's even worse for everyone else who doesn't have Sentinel. You know, they basically just become a weaker unit. An Archer becomes the same strength as a Slinger. Not ideal, right? However, if we look on the other side with a pleased opinion, that's plus 5 strength. And if it gets all the way up to friendly, it's plus 10% strength. So the difference in army strength between a friendly army, you know, a politically established and secure military who loves their king and ruler, versus a nation in shambles, is a 30% difference. That is more, to contextualize this a bit more, that is more than the average good promotion, well, big promotion, not necessarily saying they are good, but such as Heckler or Highlander or Ranger, the plus 25% promotions. A complete contrast in political opinion between 2 nations is a greater strength difference than those promotions. We're going for stirrups. I like this. I like this quite a bit. camels, horsemen, and horse archers if we're so inclined. Honestly, with the camels, we probably don't need the horse archers. But stirrups for better routing seems like not a bad idea. If we look over on the Persian lines, there are some spears, but there's not a lot of spears. So one devastating alpha strike into this position, do enough damage, get one solid route, even just killing 4 units can be a really solid start to a fight. Especially if they're key units. If you can identify this ballista, which we can now, just a strike, sending 2. In fact, how much would a chariot do? Chariot. Yeah, so I suspect horsemen might be able to kill, maybe with an archer. This is the type of thing that I was talking about trading. I've talked about this on Discord. I would absolutely send 2 horsemen and maybe a slinger to their death just to kill the ballista. Especially because often, you'll be able to intuit if it's a free ballista or if you're just killing one of many ballistas to come. Sometimes even that can be worth it, depending on the conflict and the situation in the map. But since I know that this is a free ballista, I would absolutely trade 3 units for this 1 unit, because then that sets me up for a better conflict later on where my opponent can't use this ballista to devastating effect, which we saw from the Romans. In fact, do the Romans still have their ballista? I believe they did lose their ballista. But they did a pretty good job in the first battle protecting it. And it got a couple of, 2 or 3 rounds of solid hits from the thing before it went down. And I would rather just kill the damn thing with units of my choosing than allowing my opponent the opportunity to buy themselves 1, 2, 3, or more rounds of heavy-hitting ballista fire. The Northern Army is quite something here. Another camel launcher. This is going to be huge, because this city down here, first of all, I'm pretty sure we don't even have... Yeah, we don't even have land consolidation yet. But this city here is not really in the best position to be producing camel launchers. Actually, did they have better training than Garundar? That's funny. They actually do. That's really funny. Alright, so never mind. I stand corrected. But still, nonetheless, this is now 2, potentially 3 queues. Yeah, man, I think I'd just be spamming camel launchers. We might see camels seize the day, guys. Look at all of this arid. That's wild. So that creates us a 6 strength unit out in the open here. 6 strength, hypermobile, ranged unit, and it becomes something like a 9 strength unit against any mounted, which again, the unique unit for Persian is primarily mounted, is exclusively mounted. So our camels are effectively going to be 9 strength against these guys in all this terrain. That is very bad for Persia. A battalion of 5 or 6 camels would be devastating, especially because on this arid, they'll be able to kill spearmen pretty easily, and it will be harder for the spearmen to kill than usual. Yeah, we hope it will end before the next game starts. And also, if anybody's watching in chat, 20 of you now, who is inclined to be a caster, I have signed up for the next game. However, if anybody would like to take over, that would be much appreciated. Of course, I'll probably spend all my day doing old world stuff anyway, because that's what I do with most of my time. But, being able to not have to talk would be lovely. Of course, someone had asked just before this game started, oh, is someone covering this match? And could you imagine all the tension, all the epicness 4 parts, hours and hours of gameplay to get to this point. Could you imagine if this is the one session that we weren't able to cover? If we were not able to witness the end of this climactic clash of empires. So yeah, there was no way I was going to let that happen. If the game state were more definitive, if we had left the last session saying, well, obviously Persia's going to win. Let's say the city fell, or like the army was obliterated, or whatever else, then sure, maybe I'd be like, fine, we don't need to see the ending. But no, this has been a back and forth struggle with both players neck and neck, beating the crap out of each other. I have to. This is a thing of beauty. Both players have different moments at different points. Turn 69, turn 68, and then turn 98. Exactly 30 years apart. The rise of the Roman Empire and crushing defeat. The rise of the Persians and crushing defeat. Amazing. Amazing back and forth between both these players. This is probably one of my favorite games in the tournament so far, to be honest. As frustrating as it can be from a viewer perspective, and trust me, I was raging in the chat when Boldus was casting the session where Persia just stopped at this city. The fun thing about being in the audience as opposed to casting is I can be more of a troll, which is always fun, because I try to keep commentary a little bit lighter for our players on the rewatch. But yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit that I was screaming for Cliff to read the map and pursue the end of that game. Not because I wanted the game to end, but because he had it. Cliff had it. And now the situation has upended itself. 5 laws on both players now, by the way. So what did we get on Rome? What did we just get? Oh, volunteers. Oh, interesting. I like this. We got volunteers. If Lerrike is not familiar with the fact that he can't rush units when his politics sucks, well, he's about to find out. But even this, look at this. I want to highlight this. Look at this. 1 citizen for a camel archer. You put a little bit of production into the city, and look at how far we have to go here. 7 turns. So I'm going to say this was about a 9 or 10 turn camel launcher when we started. Probably 9. So think of this. You put a couple of turns, put 2 or 3 turns into it, then you spend 1 citizen, and that 9 turn camel launcher becomes a 4 turn camel. So, oh, and look at this. Look at Vesontio. 8 citizens. And people, sometimes when people conceptualize volunteer, they're like, what? I mean, I need my specialists and all that stuff. No, you don't. This city could crank out 8 archers in probably a third of the time, or less, to be honest. Maybe even like 15% of the time it would take to build these archers normally. And you should just vomit a bunch of archers onto the map and go kill stuff. 7 citizens here. Look at this. How many war elephants do you want, guys? 7-turn war elephant is now like a 2 or 3 turn war elephant. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hestastus? Cool. Look at this. 1 citizen. 4 turns away? No, it's not. It's 1 turn away. You kidding me? Get your politics in order. Rushing mechanics are the most powerful, arguably the most powerful mechanic in the game. So if you're not familiar, especially if you're competing in this tournament or getting into multiplayer, you have to be aware of the way rushing works. So this will be one of the few times I do a self-plug. There is a video on my channel. I forget what I called it, but it's something about rushing production or hurrying production. And yeah, go watch it. It's only 20 minutes long. It's a quick video. And it details the general gist of how to rush mechanics. And really, truly, shows off the insane stuff you can do when it comes to getting your economy fully operational and unlocking different abilities to rush. Orthodoxy, volunteers, holy war. Holy war, I think, is the obvious one for players. You know, you just spend gold, turn out units. But I think players have a harder time conceptualizing the fact that why would I spend orders on units or why would I spend population on units? But at this particular stage in the game, let's say we also had orthodoxy and we had swimmingly beautiful political situation in Rome. Rome could spend the next 5 to 10 turns, right, producing 1 unit per turn in every single city, despite this complete and utter lack of training infrastructure, right? So yeah, maybe they don't move anything for 5 turns because they're using orthodoxy. Fine, whatever. They're not moving anything right now anyway. They're clearing, they're doing idle stuff, right? So you spend ortho rush to rush out of 3-ish cities, and you spend volunteers and citizens on the rest of them, and you have plenty of population. 11, 11, 10, 10. Dude, in this case, normally I wait to just burn 1 citizen. I wouldn't even bother putting the turns in. There's enough citizens in these 3 cities that you could probably just click that button over and over again 3 or 4 times, which is quite something. So yeah, you could get yourself 1 unit per turn in every single city for the next 5-ish turns, which will balloon your fighting force. Anything you want. Elephants, unique units, camel archers, and then, yeah. Oh, and actually, constant. Great point. Great point. Look at this. Look at this. Great point. Where is it? It's -5 family opinion. So if we look at, let's do the math on this. Quick math. 11, 11, 22, 32, 42, 50. And what is that? 74. And now for the hard part. 74 times 5, because I'm not good at basic math. 74 times 5. Yeah, oh man, dude. -370 opinion is coming from their population. So that would be lovely to see. We can actually rush now in champions and Claudius families. Of course, rushing does increase your discontent level, but like in this city, right, we could afford to rush a few times and this discontent level would not go up. So yeah, getting rid of all your citizens would also help your political situation. Oh, wait, my bad. I was looking at total population, so some of those don't count. Rome doesn't count because you don't get the opinion hit if they have a job. It's only unemployed citizens. So that math that I just did is wrong. But this right here is -40 opinion. It says it right on the tooltip, actually. Right here. So this city is generating -40 opinion. Let's take a peek at, yeah, and so we could rush all this population out. We would not gain a discontent level because it's only 17. Yeah, we'd speed up the process, but we wouldn't gain another level. Not right away, anyway. So we'd lose, but even if we did, right? Well, even when we do, rather, because we will gain another level eventually, and that will speed the process up. We will be trading -40 opinion for an additional +20 once this discontent level ticks over. So even that's still worth it. So yeah, hopefully we can see rushing from the Roman player, and 2 of the 3 cities can actually rush with volunteers because you're only barred from rushing at Furious. We currently have 2 angry families. So in theory, the Roman player could do exactly what I just laid out in their landowners and champions family and just start pop rushing. Like, you could get this chariot 4 years? No, you can get it out in 1. So we see volunteers enacted. Excuse me. Oh! Good Lord. Good lord. We volunteer rushed a rancher. Well, I guess that's one way to get rid of some citizens, because you got to employ the one rancher, and then you burn probably 1 or 2 pop on that. I would prefer units, although I guess we don't really have the economy for units. Sometimes I talk about the strategic stuff, but don't really look at the economic situation of the player, so it'd be a little bit hard. Although I would be selling stone, I guess, to get out camel launchers. But yeah, no, tricky. Tricky spot for the Romans. It looks like the Romans are going for the center of the map. Why would you do it that way? I would go for this, and then this, and then this, rather than go for this, have to backtrack, and then have to come back. Always try to do your pathing in one clean loop if you can. And, you know, whether they should be up here clearing or not is a different conversation. But again, I think the point victory is very viable for Rome. The onus is going to be on Cliff to end this game on his terms. Or at his discretion, rather. So hopefully we'll see if Persia can identify that. What the hell does this even wonder do? I feel like I don't like this wonder. All cities, library 2 science per turn. Yeah. Oh man, I kind of want to talk about one of the original ideas for this wonder, but I'm not gonna, because I don't know if that's appropriate. But the very first version of this wonder was actually super overpowered, which was in a hilarious way. But yeah, I don't know if I can share stories like that. Hamlet coming out. Pillar Edict. Oh, Pillar Edict's finally coming out. Do we not have our edicts out? When did we build this? We have 1, but that's going to be really nice in the Empire. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of Pillar Edicts. Boldest, welcome to the chat, buddy. No, the Persians tucked tail and turned right around. Persians immediately turned around and said, didn't do anything, and have begun clearing these Danish sites instead. I think they probably correctly assessed, you know, even though that was clearly a waste of orders. I think they correctly assessed that there would not be much to be had by opening up this northern front, and the Romans have plenty of stuff up here to kind of deal with their skirmish force. So it looks like that they've turned around and have decided they're going to try and keep pace with Roman expansion. My issue with that, my strategic advice for all of you, and of course for Cliff himself, should he manage to rewatch all of these sessions, or certainly at least the last part, why this doesn't benefit you as a player in the position of this part of the game is because your opponent already has 4 of the 13 wonders, right? So you're already behind on point tempo by a fair amount margin. So I think the logic here is, well, Rome's out expanding me, so I need to keep pace. Where in my opinion, the correct logic would be to keep eyes on, yeah, here we go, keep eyes on this army and get yourself into a position. We should not do this now, by the way, just be clear, because we're all scattered, right? But the correct thing, because we actually, wait a minute, we were at peace with the Danes. We broke peace again. God damn it. Yeah, so the correct thing would have been to remain at peace with the Dane, stage here effectively, keep an eye on this northern army, and once it gets exactly where it is, up here, all the way up here with no roads, right? We don't have a zealot, and we don't have a swift Roman ruler. this would be a time to attack, because you have to think that your opponent is similar to you, right? But if you can reason through your scouting that this northern force equals half or even just a third of the Roman army, and it is a sizable force. So being about 20 to 30% of the entire Roman military actually seems feasible. That means if you and your opponent are similar and all of the Persian army is right here, then you actually have about a 20% advantage to launch an attack. Now, again, politics is so bad, we probably don't want to be launching battles. So I don't know, tricky spot for the Persians, man. I guess clearing makes sense, but the issue for the Persians is that they are on the clock. And really, settling cities is just going to increase your maintenance cost. And we have minus 552 money per turn. So that's another thing that I think players don't factor in. What is the value of a city that you're settling on turn 123? What is it going to bring you into the game? Settling a city on turn 123 is planning for a turn 150 game, if you even get it that far, right? Even if your opponent doesn't come kill you in the meantime. Of course, the Romans don't look like they're coming to kill anybody, but this is why, as the Rome, I would have gone this way. Because look, we have raids again. I would have done this city, this city, this city, and then I would have done this city, this city. I would have done it all, right? Or maybe I would have gone here first, because this is important, and I'll get to that in a second. Clear this whole map, get all these big queues, and then you have that 20-30% of your military all north of Persia. So now you can start launching attacks up here and engaging in battle, and that's going to split the Persian player looking left to right. And the one thing that I like about two different fronts, even though of course there is an order consideration, you know, some people are wary about starting multiple fronts, but one of the reasons why I like to do it is because I think it can set your opponent up to make mistakes. One thing I've noticed about players is that tactically retreating, even for some of the more experienced players, is difficult. It's hard to not get bogged down in a fight once it begins. So if you can pick a fight in one direction and then open up a fight in another direction, what that happens is your opponent still keeps that mindset of like, oh, I don't want to lose the city, or oh, I don't want to lose this city. So they kind of scramble sending units to do both, to defend both areas, when in reality they should just be giving one of those areas up, most likely, and have a better victory in one location rather than try to risk fighting in two locations. That's my general sense on that. Because you really want your... It's one of the elements of orders in this game, right? Is anything you can do to get your opponent to waste orders. And sometimes that might include wasting your own orders, but even then, that's fine as long as whatever you're doing has strategic value. So that's one of the criticisms I had often received about civilian body blocking when I was trying to lobby to get rid of it for years. Everybody, experienced players, Mohawk players, Mohawk developers, everybody would always be like, oh yeah, but you're wasting orders on that. But think of this. Let's say I want to body block this guy, and I take a scout from back here, and ignore the fact that I'm Rome for a second, and I go 1, 2, 3 orders, right? Now for my opponent to come kill this scout, they have to spend 1 order from this archer, 2 orders from this archer, 3 orders from this archer. So at minimum, I'm costing my opponent those orders, but more importantly, I've also wasted 2 of their attacks, right? And that's only in this particular situation for the fact that this archer is already here in this location and can reach. So that's why, so that's one of the things that I do. Again, for better or worse, it probably loses me fights as much as it wins me fights. But I try to game out those logistical aspects of fighting as well, where Anything I can do to get my opponent off their game and wasting their orders or feeling chaotic, injecting chaos into the battlefield, in my opinion, is very, very good because some players adapt to chaos well. And I think I'm one of those players. I talked extensively on the forums about how I like the aspect of strategy gaming that I like is adaptation, right? Most 4X gamers, I think, are all about planning. They want every game to be some version of chess where, their perfect plans come to fruition, or they have perfect game knowledge and then can make their decisions. I love it when unexpected stuff happens and players are put in a situation to think on the fly, and mostly because I'm really good at that. I'm really good at being creative in the moment. And I feel like I've discovered, and no disrespect to any player, I'm not knocking any player, by the way, but I've discovered, because this is my first real multiplayer experience with any strategy game, I feel like I've discovered that not every player has that kind of level of creativity as a strong suit. But again, even the most strategic, tactically inclined players can outwit and outperform me. Sometimes that's why some of my creative tricks can always cost me the game, because steady, strong, tactical players basically have no time for my bullshit, and they put me in my place pretty quickly, which is always fun and also infuriating. How many workers do we have in both empires? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 workers in Persia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 workers. So neck and neck on the worker front as well. Man, I really don't think I've ever seen a more even game. Apart from the wonders, apart from the point situation. Lerrike has an advantage on that front. He's putting his opponent on a clock. He's putting pressure on his opponent to make sure, basically, then this is the great thing about the forts. This is something, by the way, for better or worse, that would force an attack from my hand. I hate forts. I can't stand them. They make every fight significantly harder than it ever should be. So here's a tip and trick for players who go up against me. If you ever want to bait me into an attack, one of the easiest ways to probably do that when we're in a stalemate like this is to start building forts, because it is I am the most likely to launch an attack sooner than I probably should if I can prevent these goddamn forts from getting set up. Because I consider the stopping of a fort and the killing of a worker until I have immense tactical value. And it does, by the way. It does. Sometimes that is the correct decision. It's correct to just start the fight. But, in fact, more often than not, I think it is. But it's that truth that I hold that does actually, in turn, create a weakness. Because, plopping down a couple of forts, if you're trying to bait me, would probably work, to be honest. Because I really can't stand them. I hate forts so much. They are so stupidly strong. If I were to make one change to forts, since I'm on the subject, I would just simply make it that forts can't be built next to each other. I would spread it out. Spread them around a little bit more. That way, they don't automatically... That way, because actually you can still zone lock with that positioning too, by the way. And also, if you have, the rogue unit stuck in the center without a fort, you can make that be a spear, so that solves your routing issues. The exception to that rule, because Old World is a game with all sorts of exceptions, is that I would allow units to be adjacent to each other across rivers. And that way... Because I think there is tactical value to wanting to fort on either side of a river, and I don't know why. When I was gaming out this thought process, for some reason it made me realize that not allowing forts across rivers is probably a bad idea. But even in that situation, you have a long line like this, right? Let's say you put a fort here and a fort here, right? You would not be able to put a fort here or here, and you would not be able to put a fort here or here. So your next fort would be here, and your next fort would be there. You could do little things like that. So I just think distance between the forting, the fact that you can fort every single tile is just insane to me. Some players would prefer a difference in cost or build time, but I don't think that solves the greater issue with the mechanic in itself, where you just automatically get an extra 50% strength, well, on the defense anyway, 50% defense for every single unit, and that's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I had thought about limits, right? So like maybe one, a couple forts per city, but that would not be possible to do outside of city borders, and of course we want to allow ourselves to fort outside of city borders, so that's how I came up with the distance restriction instead. Because, yeah, it just gets insane. It just gets insane. So, Mohawk, if you're listening to and you want to make a bunch of players grumpy by listening to my advice, as you occasionally do sometimes, there's a suggestion. I'm sure people will love it. Land consolidation up and running on the Romans, getting some groves. Of course, we knew land consolidation has been here because we've been building camels for some times, but nice to see some more groves coming down. I really would love to see more volunteer rushing. Building a worker. I don't get this. Guys. 3 turns isn't that bad, but still. I think that's one of the things. Sometimes, I think some players just don't know when to stop. And that's an experience issue, right? We made a post recently about trying to encourage people a little bit towards the etiquette of surrendering games, and it took us a while to kind of work through that, because the thing is we don't want, well, at least I certainly don't want, players dealing with the stress of figuring out, well, should I surrender this to get a game because it's the right, quote unquote, the right thing to do. Because you can see crazy comebacks. They do happen. This game is one of those things. Persia could have won this game easily back on turn 50. So seeing a player concede just because they lost their entire army, or just because they lost a city, or frankly, even both, depending on the correct scenario, would be a shame. And so we don't want to put players in that position. On the other hand, there really does come a point where you're kind of past the point of no return, and the game's just over. And so another aspect of that, and I think that's hard to read. It's even hard to read for experienced players. Like, I've held on to games longer than I should have, but normally when I do that, normally when I'm hanging on to a game where my opponent probably thinking in their head, why isn't he surrendered yet? Especially since, I can read the game state and I'm an experienced player. Normally that means it's because I have a plan. I'm waiting for a tech. I'm waiting for 7 laws. I'm waiting for an upgrade, a bonus card, or I'm analyzing your political opinion and realizing, your politics situation is not great, so I can still potentially win one fight, even if it's uneven, and if I can win that one fight, that'll get me back in the game. All these different types of considerations. So that's complex and nuanced, right? So yeah, it would be a shame to see players surrender when, at the wrong time. But at the same time, when a game is over, it's over. So the flip side of that is this situation. It's turn 124. Every single build, we're building an officer. In my opinion, it's like, just go win the game. Of course, I say that like it's easy. It's not going to be easy. But that's why every decision I would be making right now would be oriented around ending the game. I'd be volunteer rushing every unit as hard as I could. And then I'd be getting all those units to this area. I would not be expanding anymore. But again, Lerrike can stick to his plan. Lerrike that's just me. That's just my play style. But really, though, again, worker here. Oh, we actually don't have projects. But even still, I'd rather an 8-turn spearman or even a 6-turn warrior or slinger that I could upgrade later. I don't. Although this is some nice marble, I must say. Hazard. Gang, Mohawk, don't mess with my forts. Bro, you don't even use forts. I've played you dozens of times. I don't think I've ever seen you build a fort. If anything, an adjustment to forts would be advantageous to you, given the way you just hurl your units across the map constantly. And I've stopped you from doing that with forts. You goof. But yeah. Happy Saturday morning, everyone. Looking forward to the tournament today. Nice to see you, Jason. Thanks for joining in. Yeah, constant. Politics in these nations are the worst. Wow, that's funny. I don't think I've ever seen Hazard build a fort. Aaron saying, liking volunteers more late game to get rid of that negative opinion and consumption from citizens. Yeah, I think, again, in concept, I think, and it's the same thing with orthodoxy, right? You think of the value of the citizen, you think of the value of the specialist, and you think of the value of orders, for these two different laws. Very straightforward. Everyone's going to say, oh man, why would I burn my citizens? I need that to build an officer. But not on turn 124, when Vesontio has 8 citizens in it that are literally just draining your opinion. And most importantly, or at least for the love of God, this game will be over before you could ever use 8 citizens in any capacity, even if you wanted to do something cheeky like elder priests or elder poets, right? This setup time that takes, there is just no way you're gonna reasonably utilize these 8 citizens, which is why volunteers is actually that's probably the one I go into the most on the rushing video, really capitalizing on the fact that it's an underrated form of rushing production because people are so attached to their citizens. And yeah, sure, use your citizens early on, get those officers up, get those science up, or whatever, but you will inevitably end up, especially if a game goes on as late as this one, with 1, 2, or more cities with 5 or more citizens hanging around. And the best thing that you can do at this stage of the game is transform them into more power. Get your, a great one would be 7 law timing, right? Get your 8 strength unique unit out, or strategic elements. Get your war elephant out. Get your onagers or your ballistas out. Just turn. Even if it takes 3 citizens that I'm never going to use before this game ends, transforming into a ballista? Yes, please, and thank you. Or an 8 strength legionary? Yes, please, and thank you. Volunteers is a fantastic law. And a fantastic form of rushing. It kind of goes back to what I was saying. It needs the player to conceptualize the game state. And conceptualize that this game can be won. We are in the end game. And when you're in the end game, unlike most 4Xs, it's not a slog. It doesn't need to be a slog because this game gives you all the tools you need to end games quickly. And that's the most extreme example, not that we would ever likely see this law in the game. Eventually, you can just outright buy orders. You can effectively have an infinite order economy. Or, on the flip side, you could sell orders. Combine that with Trade League, and there you go. You just have an instant economy. Because eventually you can make like 20,000 gold per turn. Or something by selling your orders. So yeah, the more tech you unlock, the more laws you get, the more into the deep end game that you get, the more tools that the players are given to, quite frankly, break all of the rules of the game. And I think that's one of the things that makes this game a bit of a momentum machine, where it's harder to fall into that late game slog because the game basically just starts letting you cheat, practically. All of the initial propositions and rules that you're set up with, long production times, order limitations, they eventually start flying out the window. As you get more and more developed. So in a duel such as this, where yes, we have a stalemate and we're locked in, I do again think long-term strategy. Lerrike is fine to do the fort thing. because it's his game to lose right now. He could keep expanding and keep settling. One thing I would love to see, actually, is maybe pick a fight out here with Persia. We got 2 camels. We got a camel up here. Look at this. 8 damage. Ugh, gross. No spears in the region. If I were Rome, because I am an aggressive risk taker, we have at least 3 camels in the Empire, right? Somewhere? Another one coming. Oh, man, yeah. I would stop this. I would stop this nonsense in its tracks. And send these camels out here. Look, even a Roman chariot can make it all the way down here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Get some route potential as well. I would start harassing Persia with camels and stopping their advance. It doesn't even look like they have a settler. I don't think the Persians have a settler. Yeah, the Persians don't even have a settler yet. We actually have a settler coming out in 5 turns. I would swipe this from Persia. God, I would love to see that. Come on. But you know what? I think both players are traumatized. Have to show it again because it's awesome. But look at this. 2 situations where both players had what felt like a clear advantage, especially in Rome's case. And then just got smacked down into the dirt from their opponent. So I do not fault both players for trying to be a little bit more cautious, because they probably have trauma from their previous wars. You know, a little bit of PTSD there. 7 turns on a settler here, 5 turns on a settler there, and we're building another Jewish disciple in 6 turns. I don't get it. Rush the damn thing if you can. In fact, how much would that cost? Even this would only cost 1 citizen. Look at how powerful that is. 6 turn disciple? No, 1 turn disciple. Doesn't matter what you're building at this stage of the game. Just get them out. Because that's the other thing about rushing production, right? Think of that. 5 turn officer we can rush. The 7 turn camels, the 9 turn camels, the 6 turn disciples, the however many turns settler. Look at this. 4 turns, we can rush it. So think of that, conceptualize that when it comes to rushing. In fact, I'll even look at this one. This one would cost 4 citizens, so that's still a lot. Rushing is probably one of the few... Sorry, citizens is probably one of the few rushing tools where it makes sense to put a turn or 2 of production, because this number drops dramatically. This would probably drop down to 2 citizens with only 2 turns of production. So still, you're transforming a 7-turn settler into a 3-turn settler. And so if you conceptualize that, basically what happens is you're manipulating time in the game. And if you have that power and your opponent doesn't, right? And Lerrike specifically has volunteers. And in Persia, in fact, does not have any means of rushing production outside of a zealot or civics, right? So you basically manipulate time. Imagine if I could allow me to give you a proposition, right? I tell you that you want to fight a war right now with your opponent, and you're both similar, so you're not sure, and competent, so you're not sure how well you're going to do. Imagine, now let me propose to you, I say, well, if you wait 5 turns, you can put yourself 20 turns ahead of your opponent in terms of your military production capabilities and your overall military might. I feel like any player would take that offer. They say, okay, you'll give me a 20-turn head start if I just hold off this attack by another 5 turns. And I say, yes, absolutely. And you do that. So in 5 turns from now, there's always that concern of what can my opponent do in 5 turns, right? Well, again, when you're the only person who has Russian production, in 5 turns, Persia will just be 5 turns ahead of where they are now. But with Russian production, in 5 turns, you will be 20 turns ahead of where you are now. Or 10 turns ahead of where you are now. You get Russian production. Everything about the turn-based strategy comes down to the turn, in my opinion. That is the thing. I think that is the most precious resource in this game. More precious than science. More precious than orders. If you can take even one turn off of something. This is why you see players force marching a settler to settle a city on this turn instead of next turn, because that one extra turn gets them a worker one turn sooner, which gets them, a garrison or a barracks one turn sooner, which gets them an officer or an extra order, half an order one turn sooner, which then builds momentum. Right? It's not rocket science. Like we all know this as turn-based strategy gamers. We all know that the turn is so powerful. So that's what comes down to rushing, and we don't have just one form of rushing. We have 5 different ways to rush production. They're all viable, they're all powerful, and they all translate to manipulating time. So if you are the only player who has the ability to rush something, so if you have a zealot on the throne, for example, and your opponent doesn't, you can outproduce them by a metric of 3, 4, 5, 10 turns. And that is pretty awesome. Well, good news for the Romans, Aaron. We do actually have veneration. It's been putting in work. In fact, let's pop on and look at laws. We still have slavery. But yeah, freedom would go a long way here. What about the Persians? Did Persians get freedom at any point? Persians do, in fact, have freedom. So basically, both players are enjoying a 5% rebel difference. Of course, actually, the Persians have a couple of Jewish cities. So these frontline cities are actually enjoying 10. Which is frankly just wild to me because they still have a minus 10. They still have a 10% rebel. Oh, hey, you know what I just realized? Have we been missing this? We've been talking about... Whoa. I don't think I've ever noticed this. Was this new? Descent. This has to be new. There's no way I've missed this. This has to be new, right? Did this come in a recent patch in like the last 6 months or something? Because you have a little tooltip here you can hover over that says Furious Family, which gives you the rundown, and Christian Descent. But yeah, if we didn't have freedom and veneration in this city, this would be a 20% rebel chance. That is just insane to me. 5% here. 15. Nothing. Does it only show up when there's actually dissent? Or... In fact, there's dissent in nearly every single city. Gee, no way. Is there just actually dissent in this city? Yeah, there is. Is there really dissent in every single city? No. Okay, so it doesn't show up. All right. So this is just a sign telling us there's angry people in the city. Cool. Awesome. Great tooltip. Great tooltip. That's cool. Land consolidation in a couple turns for the Persians. That'll be nice for camel time. If we choose to do it, camels would be very good in this battlefield. Nice to have 2 camels. The Romans, see, yeah, this is what I wanted to avoid. The Romans are now coming back to deal with this raid. So Rome should have come out here first. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take orders this way. Probably come back here again. So we did ping pong. Waste of orders. They could have just done one quick loop. Well, it probably wouldn't have been quick, but they could have done it. Alright, I am going to go... get myself a bit more tea. Bear with me for a moment. I'm going to stick this right on the front line. Clear these things so we can have a nice wide view of the happenings of the world. And I'll be back momentarily. So who do we think's going to win? Anybody want to take bets? If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, leave a comment right now. And then see if you're right. Whether it ends today or continues on once more into the future. Yeah. So I think one of the tricks on these larger maps, it's not even an aspect of the size of the map itself per se, right? Again, it's about reading the game state. Because realistically, this map would have been a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Maybe 6, 7, 7-on-7 matchup. This northern part of the map largely serves as a frontier that harasses the players. So what ends up happening, though, what can end up happening, is that players get distracted from each other. And they kind of continue to play their own little single-player games. And again, this is actually securing more points for Rome, so I don't fault them. Another settler coming out. Yeah, there's really no reason not to keep clearing, because the Persians are allowing him to clear. But I just find it interesting because, again, going back to the idea that the Romans can rush now, I would be really curious what would happen if the Romans took every single unit in the empire and moved them south, and in the meantime, used volunteers to rush more camels. Like, why are we building a miner? Like, this is... Like, we built our worker, that's fine, but now go build a mine for your metal. This is going to be 4 metal. Conceptualize it. Oh! Ishtar Gate! Yeah! Oh, man, that's a thing of beauty right there. Fantastic. Okay, now we're cooking. Tick-tock goes the clock for the Persians. We are going to have one, although, honestly, okay, 20 turns, yeah. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more points at least. That's going to bring us to 35. God, that's still so far away. Yeah. So really on larger maps like this, I just think going for the hyper-expansive points when its age is going to take too damn long, and so that's not the issue with the map itself. I definitely don't think this map is too big for this tournament. I think it's actually just fine for this tournament, but the issue comes from reading the map and the fact that you really can just go kill the player, because realistically the field of battle is not much smaller, which is one of the reasons why I made it into the tournament. It's actually not much smaller than your average game. You know, a dozen or so city sites that the players will reasonably settle before they come into conflict with each other, and the idea is that conflict will fuel the tension for most of the game. And then, of course, one player will get an edge and hopefully achieve victory. But, of course, it is entirely possible for both players to just kind of play a single-player game and ignore each other, which does seem to be happening at this stage. And again, don't fault them, because their first couple of battles were highly traumatic for both players. But yeah, really, this is for Lerrike, because I think this is the first game, by the way. This is still the first game of these players in this year's tournament. Cliff was in the tournament last season. Lerrike was not. I'm not 100% sure about Lerrike's experience. So this goes out to you, my friend. The miner's not going to give you anything. And, oh, for the love of God, everybody in this tournament, please turn on this option. This is the one thing that I think was missing from Purple Blue Moose's multiplayer tips video. This is the single most important button that you can press if you're going to play online multiplayer games, because this gives you access to all of the advanced information that most players who are experienced or skilled at multiplayer use to their advantage against you. And one example is laws. You cannot see what laws your opponent has without that option toggled. And this is a hugely advantageous piece of information in the game. So, Mohawk Games spent years and years and years adding more readability and more information for players to better read the game state, only to then inexplicably at one point just tuck it all behind a random option that you have to turn on in order to see all of this fun stuff. And one of the things that comes to mind that caused me to say this is net yields. You don't get to see what net yields are in the game without that option toggled. And this is one of the most important things you could ever see in the game, because I think this one change, which was introduced only last year, by the way, so like 4 years into the game being out, this one change allows you, every player, to better conceptualize the value of what they are getting. And so this is the one thing that I think will clearly demonstrate that building a new apprentice of something is almost always better, not always, but almost always better in terms of raw science output, than building an elder or a master of something that is an upgrade of a previously existing specialist, right? And or you know, I've always been a fan of projects. The net yield change can actually show you that in a very well developed city, that actually building a couple of forums will give you more civics than if you just added a what the hell are these guys called? A scribe from a courthouse. And you'll be able to build the forums in less turns if you're in the late stage of the game. So spamming all the way up to Forum 3, for example, could actually be better than whatever investment it takes to bring out, like, I don't know, a master scribe from a ministry. But you only get this information with that silly option turned on, because as swiftly as they added this readability into the game, they, I don't know, about a month later added that option in. And in classic fashion, I got really grumpy about it. But anyway, so back to back to Lerrike. You're spending 3 years worth of build queue, my brother, on 0.8 training, 0.9 science. So 0.9 science, by the way, is what, 1% of our current science? So 1% of our current science rate. Alright, fine. Technically 10% of our actual training rate, but that doesn't matter because we have volunteers. And 4 metal. Now, we could be thinking, oh, the citizens, right? We don't want the opinion. But that's volunteer rushing. We could be volunteering several camels out. Anywhere from 1 to potentially as much as 4. Depending on how much we invest in each camel. So all in all, this is a poor use of build queue. You almost never want to build regular miners. You can. Sometimes it makes sense for border pop, or, you know, in fairness, sometimes it does actually make sense for training. Or even, oh, is this a gold? No, it's not. Yeah, so, I don't know, don't do this. We're building gardeners and trappers and apprentices. Like, the officer, I guess, kind of makes sense. But really, at this stage in the game, with volunteers, although you can't volunteers in Ivanum, like, all this stuff should be volunteer rushed units. But, again, the Romans have a strategy. And they are content and allowed to... Also, I guess another thing I would do, if I was with rushing, and if I were going to expand the cross map, this is 8 citizens. You could I think you could very easily game out 3, at least, settlers from this. Keep in mind, for those of you who are listening to this and getting, you know, an appetite for trying out more rush mechanics in your games, growth units cost, the ratio of rushing growth units is more expensive than rushing anything else. Shell asks, did the players agree on a playtime or just playing? No, they agreed that they're going to play about 4 or 5 hours today. which is good news for us. We are already on hour and a half. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Stirrups and 2 turns for the Romans. Where are we at in the tech tree for the Persians? I haven't really given a good look at that. Getting along land consolidation now when our opponent has manor already, so that's good news. Ooh, you know what we could see off the Romans? Longbows. That could be pretty fun. We could get longbows in 11 turns with their current science rate. Wow, even the science rate is neck and now. They're actually pretty decent. We're finally getting back to a decent position. 100 science per turn, where you want to be. Of course, ideally, you can hit that back on turn like 50 or 60. But 100 science per turn is a smooth rate that's going to get you through the tech tree at a quicker clip. Oh, wait, I'm looking at military science. Yeah. I think at this stage, Rome has about a 10 science lead on Persia, which is not too bad. Yes, so, actually, does that impact? No. Thank God. What were they saying? Yeah, so we could see longbows. Let's actually hop back onto the Roman side of things. And find out where this is in the hand. It's in the draw pile. 7 cards in the draw pile. So, a decent-sized chance that Bodkin shows up next turn, and I frankly would love to see that as a grab. I think that would be the grab. How many archers do we have? And maybe we hold our citizens for rushing out longbows. I can get behind that. We're not using volunteers all that much right now, and I can totally get behind the idea that maybe we're biding our time for longbows. So, Lerrike, if that's your plan and we see that come to fruition, I take everything back that I've said about spending all of these citizens on rushing stuff now. Because in theory, in about 12 or 13 turns, hopefully Bodkin will show up in the next hands, in which case in about 12 turns, we will have longbows. And a few turns after, we will have several 8-strength units alongside our camels. And whatever else we have. And longbows would really throw a wrench in the position of our opponent. Alright, the Persians have settled a city. Another hunter city. 2, 3, 4. The Romans have 4 champion cities. I suspect this will be a landowner's. This one should definitely be a landowner's, by the way. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry. I always think that ebony are a grove resource, by the way, but they're not. There are 4 groves in this area. This is the landowner city. Building a settler. You want to settle landowners now to get that extra citizen. Ship some workers over there and start building those groves right away. The economy's not looking too bad for the Romans, to be honest. Politics finally sorted itself out. Look at this. Oh, we're cooking now. Only 1 angry family. Guys. In fact, just in time for me to look at the chat and see that Aaron predicts Rome may win. Well, if this political situation holds steady and improves, can we... Oh, please influence this guy or make him an ambassador. Please do that, Rome. Because then we can start converting people to Judaism. And this, look at this, 175 to minus 156. This converting the champions to Judaism would complete... Oh, wait, actually, no, because they already have 100. Okay, so that would still bring us to upset. So it's still worthwhile. Let's make it happen, Rome. I believe in you. Although I'll be honest, personally, I've been rooting for Cliff a little bit. Mostly because I think he's a steady player. He's a slower player, but he played some really good games in the previous tournament. So maybe rooting for is the wrong word, but I had suspected Cliff would win. And then, of course, by that mid-session where the Persians decimated the Roman Empire and then just came to the central city and had an opening, I really thought Persia was going to win. But Cliff is a steady player who does not seem to take big risks, which is fine. That's certainly a play style. But I think that may very well cost him the game on this one, which is unfortunate. Always hate to see that when it seems like a player has it in the bag only to let it slip away from them. And regardless how, like sometimes if you're me and you take a big risk and you lose a game because of it, you lose a game that could have been locked down if you just played a little bit more conservative. And then the flip side of it, players playing too conservative and losing the game because they don't take risks. And that's one thing I love about this game so much. It's so in-depth, it's so nuanced. The game state can shift on a dime sometimes. And for some players, I imagine that can be frustrating, but I think that's fantastic because I think that's one of the things that really make decision-making matter. And we always come to that question of RNG as well, right? But I also think there's something to be said about that, by not taking risk and ending games when you have opportunities, right? That also injects another 60 turns of RNG into the game, which isn't the RNG fault. It's the Persian player's fault for not ending the game. So if like a massive earthquake hits and creates an opportunity for Rome to attack, well, Rome shouldn't even be here. Things like that. And that's something. Oh, we're building a random fort, which, I mean, I guess I don't hate. But let's not go overkill here. Oh, a flood! Oh, wouldn't this be awesome back in the day when we were attacking as Persia? If this flood happened and Rome had to go around? I mean, I guess that's not an issue because Rome's movement is insane! Look at this! This is a chariot, by the way. For those of you Roman players who don't bother to go up to Spoked Wheel regularly, really try it out because Roman chariots are disgusting. Oh, we have a zealot on the throne too, to make it even worse. Looks like my phone's making noise, so let me deal with that. Yeah, man, Roman chariots are cool. In fact, one thing about playing the Yuze so much is I've grown a deeper and more fonder appreciation of chariots in general, although the Hittites let me like chariots, but also stirrups. It's been fun to explore that path in the tech tree, even with nations like Axum or Rome. Roman horse archers would be disgusting, I think. Oh, that would be so gross. So hopefully, a few more good performances from the stirrup thing might see that come into play. Another conceptualization, not to go on a tangent here, unrelated to the game, but another way to conceptualize the horse archer, right? An archer itself is 5 strength. Or at least it should be. These guys are showing 4 because of Furious Family. But that's actually my point. A sentinel archer, which we all know are absolutely terrifying to deal with. A sentinel archer is effectively 6 strength. Because it's 5 base strength, 20%, that makes it 6, right? So one other way to conceptualize a horse archer, it is effectively a hyper-mobile sentinel archer that can go anywhere. That's kind of awesome. And my deepest apologies to the stirrup tech for spending years and years thinking it was useless. But now I'm actually quite fond of it. And not even just for the Yoshi. I like it in general. So, really cool to be seeing that pop up for Rome. I'd be curious to see if we see horse archers. We probably don't need them with the camels, to be honest. And that's just a product of the battlefield. So, this would be a map that horse archers might not be the best for, because if you're opponent starts spamming camels, then you're going to have a rough time. But if you can beat them to them having camels, then that'll be great. But generally speaking, you're thinking about maps like Hardwood Forest. You're thinking about maps like Mountain Pass, and some of the Dota script. The Dota script can generate camels, but they don't always have camels. So, 2 settlers coming out, 1 and 2 turns. Yeah. So really, at least through perception, because I still think it would take Rome quite some time to get to 56 points. But at least in terms of perception, the Persian player should feel up against the clock here. They should be oriented like we're building a disciple here. This is, in my opinion, not the play. Because, well, also, let's look at the Persian economy, right? That's also important to inspect. Okay, so we're making 54 stone per turn. This is crucial. This is a crucial stat to have, to look at this stage of the game. Your opponent has 4 wonders, and they're building a 5th. No, yeah, a 5th, which is the Ishtar Gate. So that's a point bomb, right? All right, I want to see drama here for the cycle. Maybe steal just to finally get access, but we don't really need him now with the Hystasis. Coinage could be actually really interesting. How many laws do we have? Also, citizenship for the laws and the orders. What would we get? I'll talk about coinage in a second. You get 3 orders. That's not a lot. Coinage could be really interesting here because I think we finally solidified or really helped our political opinion situation, right? Which has alleviated our income needs. Our economy is coming along. Coinage could be really, really nice to grab just for that money boost. With citizenship does make sense. I understand that. But coinage could be interesting for the econ boost because you get 4,000 gold off of that money, right? It's like a massive amount of gold. 4,000. That's insane. And that would really be like a final cap off into righting the ship of the catastrophe that has been the Roman Empire for like the last 60 turns. Our opinions finally come. Oh, look, we just dropped another. Oh, man, did we? Oh, we have a new ruler. Oh, please choose orator. Yes! Okay. Oh, I mean, we actually have we have a diplomat. Oh, we have 2 diplomats. Never mind, I didn't look at that first. I said orator because I wanted the religious opinion. But now, okay. Spoked wheel. Family gifts. Seeing family gifts is also important. We have another tool in the toolbox that we should be using. Yep. I would imprison this diplomat. And I would imprison this diplomat. The penalty for imprisoning is minus 40 over, is it 40 years or 20? Let's find out. Wait, I have to pick the, yeah, imprison. Minus 40 over 40 years, so not great. But here's the thing. Her being the leader here, at 21 years old, she's going to be around for a while. We're 18 years old. We're going to be around for a while, right? Throw her in jail, and here's why. She's giving us minus 60 opinion. By imprisoning her, we'll actually get a 20 opinion boost, at least, right? In this family. And that's... Well, actually, let's look. The only other person who doesn't like us is this other diplomat. So assuming that this guy doesn't end up in the position, which, I mean, he has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he has a 1 in 6, 15% chance to end up in that position. Oh, that's what, we lost the zealot. The zealot was improving our opinion. Then... yeah, we'll get a 20% opinion, a 20 opinion boost. But this guy actually likes us by 20, so that'll be a 40 opinion boost. This would be a 60! If this guy became the ruler, this would be a 60 opinion boost by imprisoning. Another 40. and another 60. So don't forget that you can imprison people as a means of improving family situation. Let's do the breakdown of the champions, because there are no other diplomats in there, so we're going to get at least our 20 opinion boost, and that would be 20, that would be 30, that would be 30, that would be 20, and that would be 60. So we're going to get at least 20 opinion in the champions by tossing this diplomat into jail. And then, of course, converting these guys would help us out as well. So, oh, and we need to adopt a religion. We also need to adopt, well, Judaism would make the most sense. But then also convert. Do we have metaphysics, by the way? We do not. Wow, we don't even have administration. Okay. Yeah, so there's a little quick overview on politics. Imprisoning the rabble is one way to keep them in check. And the Persians cannot imprison or run family gifts, by the way. Diplomats are not more likely to become family heads. No. Let me just double check that. No, they're not. Right. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah. It's so many tools in this game. And what's interesting is that often so many things are so niche, right? Maybe it's 1 in 10 games where you ever could actually use the imprison mechanic. But that doesn't mean you actually use it in 1 in 10 games. And the reason for that is because you always forget about it since you're never using it. So it can be complex and difficult to remember to use all of the tools in your toolbox, because every now and then, you never need that one thing until you finally do. And that leads you to forgetting that you can even do the thing, to be honest. Which is not unreasonable at all. But one of the things that comes from more game knowledge and more game experience is that... but even I know everything about this game, to be quite frank. But even I might forget to run a family gift mission or to imprison somebody or whatever. But it certainly is helpful to have all of that knowledge, because it makes it less likely that you will forget. But it's still plenty possible. I forget stuff all the time. People will be like, oh, well, why didn't you do this thing? And my answer is very often, very simply, because I didn't think of it. I'm always tickled when players are like, oh, but you could have done this and that, and why didn't you do this, and what all these different things. It's like, well, I didn't do the correct thing because I obviously didn't think of it. Otherwise, I would have done the correct thing. If I thought of it, I would have just done it. So my favorite response to people trying to pick my strategies apart, especially when I fail at something, is to just say, because I didn't think of it. It didn't occur to me. I forgot. Yeah, a little crazy with the forwarding here. Oh, wait, no, that's still the one that we're working on. That's fine, never mind. I thought that was a second one because this guy got bumped from the flood. Civic boost now from the Persians. And see, this is going to be the other thing that's so shitty. Rather than Rome pressing an advantage that they might have now, soon the Persians are going to have... Oh, man. Soon the Persians are going to have onagers up, which is going to make it even harder for Rome. So I feel like these guys keep, ping-ponging back and forth between having potential advantages, not leveraging them, and then allowing their opponent to get a new advantage, which is just, frankly, quite hilarious. All right, back to the Romans. We will be clearing this site, and with a settler up and running, really, really going to be looking forward to landowners here. If we see a statesman, I'm going to be grumpy, Lerrike, so don't let me down. Sentinel onagers, no less. Look at this. There's like a 70 some odd difference in the total amount of orders invested into this game from both players. Isn't that nuts? The Roman science difference is starting to finally creep away. But even here on turn 129, these players are only 300 science apart, thereabouts. And the Romans are starting to break away from the pack, militarily speaking, as well. Would really like to see more of this and would really like to see a concentration of Roman forces. But they can still do that thing that I was suggesting, well, not suggesting, but talking about earlier. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Late stage camps, guys. This force did not have enough power to clear this camp. This is another important thing to highlight. The amount of effort and time it takes to clear camps like this. Again, Rome's in a unique situation because they can press for points. They have the Ishtar coming online, so this isn't entirely unreasonable. But when we've talked, if you've heard me talk in other casts about the idea of like, just stop expanding. It's not worth it, right? This is the type of thing that I mean. We have spent the orders for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units, and still didn't 9 because of the ship, and still didn't even clear this camp in one turn. So this is, and that's not even to say. That doesn't even talk about the units that we had to kill along the way, the process it took to get here, right? That is a massive amount of orders. That is a massive amount of troop commitment, right? And what realistically in most situations, again, makes sense in some context here on some level. But in most situations, what is the return on investment when you're on turn 80 or 100, or in this case, turn 129? Clearly, the reason to do this in this stage is that Lerrike is fishing for points. So in that context, it does make sense. But man, really, in so many situations across so many different maps and games, it's important. And that's why, again, this map script actually does make sense in the context of duels, because I think the correct way to play this is build yourself up a core of 6 or 7 cities, which is exactly what you'd have in any other duel script, right? Peace out or otherwise diplomatically control or, build a couple forts and police your raiding profile, right? And that's why I like this map, because I think it provides challenges for the player to solve. And lots of other dual scripts, eventually we settle the whole map and the raids are no longer a factor. I like the games where raids kind of remain a factor. So, but the real arena, right? If you look at our minute map here, the real arena for players in a duel is down here most of the time. Not always, but most of the time, this is the arena that you're going to play with in this map. Sorry if that's a little blurry across the main map. All the way down here. This is the duel arena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's the regular size of the duel script. But what makes it interesting, what makes this particular map script interesting for the tournament, is that there's another third of the map that remains. That is basically just frontier land. So we saw the Persians up here chopping. Now, they were chopping at the wrong time, mind you. But that's actually a good and interesting use of the frontier in certain situations. It's like, maybe you actually just send a rogue worker or disciple out into the wilderness, and you just chop everything you can for your economy. Persia was doing that at a time where they should have been attacking, so not necessarily the best move in this particular game, but, how are you make use of your frontier is an interesting puzzle for players. But realistically, if you end up on this map in one of your future games, keep in mind that strategy of trying to keep expanding and expanding and expanding actually eventually becomes inefficient because you're taxing yourself so much in terms of orders and troop movement, where if you just sat in your little core of 5 or 6 cities and took all the orders that it took to expand and just developing yourself, even ignoring assaulting or harassing or attacking your opponent, took all those orders to develop yourself. And if your opponent was expanding like this as Rome and going boop, 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 coming all up all these cities, putting all this orders and all this investment, your empire would be way more efficient even at like half the size, right? And then, most importantly, you don't need to conquer this frontier. The battle line is right here. So you have a more efficient empire, maybe with 7 laws, maybe with twice the economy size, right? Twice the science. Because again, you're investing in all that. While your opponent is spending 8, 9, 10, 12 units to movement-wise to clear each camp. Crazy. So, and then what happens is, once you're fully ready to go to pop off and set up, yes, your opponent has twice the size of empire you. And sure, maybe sometimes build queues that can result in units, but also if all the units are popping out of these build queues, how much time does it really take to come back here? Even as Rome, that's still going to be about 4 to 5 orders per unit. Right? Well, I mean, I guess it's always 3, but still. No, the fatigue would be 4. It would be 4 orders per unit, which is still a lot. So, yeah, just conceptualize that for these desert maps. You don't need, and other maps. I think there are other map scripts with point symmetry where, dude, you can get yourself to 6 cities-ish, plus or minus, and call it a day, and focus on development, and then come at your opponent from a better position overall because they put all of their orders into shit like this. I couldn't even begin to comprehend how many orders it cost to clear this camp. Probably 100. It probably cost at least 100 orders to clear this camp, if not more. Which is just insane when you think about that. 100 orders could get you... Factoring movement and factoring build time, it's 4 orders per rural. Right? That seems about right. 4 orders per rural. Yeah, so you could have 25 rural improvements or 1 extra city that when it comes out is not going to have anything in it. So think about that in terms of exploiting the land, right? That's one of the coveted 4 X's of the genre, right? Exploiting the land you are on is important, and the order system makes it such that sometimes tossing out the expand in the combination increases your ability to exploit. I think that's the way to conceptualize it. Because sometimes, really, it's again, in Rome's case, it's points, I get it. But this is so much investment that could be all the way down here. We could have quarry beds. I said 25 improvements, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not even half the number that I just talked about. All of this could be quarries, which would be generating us twice as much stone as we're generating now. Which, what does that translate to? Wonder spam, which is more points. Which is more culture. We could have the mausoleum out by now. We could have the monumental Buddhists out by now, very likely. If all of these were quarries rather than expanding to this, or this, right? Because it's easy, and that's the other thing, it's easy to think, look at all this marble, and we are improving it, right? But do you need 3 marble 1,000,000 miles away? Or do you just need 30 quarries at home? All of this could be quarries. this whole region would be filled with quarries by now, already at this stage in the game, if we did not expand to this city, or this city. Of course, we are getting some good wood out of this city, but yeah, I don't know. There comes a point where it doesn't really become worth it. And of course, Snap accurately points out that 100 orders also kills plenty of enemy units. So whether you're doing a turtle strategy, an eco strategy, or an aggressive strategy, eventually, basically, the theme here, you need to learn when to stop. And I think that's a very difficult skill for the average 4X player, because development is such a core, essential part of these games, right? You got to develop, you got to get more science, you got to get more income, you got to get more units, all these different things, right? But while that is true, there is a point in the tempo, in the momentum, where you just need to know when to stop. You need to know when, that other miner, we're building another miner, 6 turns for 2 miners. You need to know when you need to stop this. You need to know when you don't need another settler, or when you don't need, what the hell is this? I mean, a garrison's always useful, I guess, but even still, the time it's taking us to build this garrison, yeah, I don't know. And even the most premier stuff, right? Again, everyone thinks a marble quarry. Look at this amazing site. But does it really provide any value if we're setting it up on turn 130? We settled a few turns ago. Our work was finally coming out. We're finally starting to improve this city on turn 130. There's very little things that I think would be worth it. This site, in fairness, if I saw this early, I would probably just expand it right up the coast. I would have beelined straight for this site with all the groves, to be honest. Maybe not necessarily, because again, knowing what to cut is important. That's one of the skills. And yes, Constant is correct in chat saying needing to stop is an underrated skill. It can even affect the best players, and we've already seen it in the tournament. Yeah, I would say that we had a big upset in the tournament already with a very experienced player going down. And if you look at that game, clear case of not taking a dominant position and translating it into a win. Of course, my understanding of that situation was that they were going to attempt for a point win. But again, the other way to conceptualize this too is the longer you take to win the game, whether you're going for a conquest, whether you're going for a timing strike, whether you're going for an eco turtle point build, right? The longer it takes you to win a game, a one-on-one duel against your opponent, the more time you give your opponent to stop you from winning and win the game themselves. Which means you need to leverage your advantages when you have them. Which is another reason why. This is the other thing to think about, right? If we had not expanded up here and had a million quarries down here, we would be effectively able to wonder spam. We could very likely have a legendary city by now if we did that, which gives us the Colosseum, right? We know that players can hit legendary in 80 turns, 70 turns, 60 turns even. But let's not expect that level of skill from a player's first game in the tournament. But even so, reasonably, we could have had this player get to legendary at 100 turns. Harder with all the conflict that happened, of course. So that's going to slow us down too. So it's not all the fault of the players. Again, intense conflict is lots of orders, lots of build queues going to fighting. But once we've reached this state of a lull, I actually think it's a mistake to expand, and we should have been focusing eco. And now the other reason for that is once we secure all these wonders, if we're still short and if we're still stalemated, then you can expand. Because you can sit on the Ishtar Gate forever. Lock the Ishtar Gate round, plop a militia on it, and come back to it when you need it. Because then what you could do is secure all the wonders, keep your position. If you're still stalemated, then send your squad up north, kill stuff a bunch, and you'd be having 8 strength units do it. Like, bring a swordsman up here if you wanted to, right? Clear all these camps, plop a settler on each camp, drop your Ishtar bomb, and that would likely close out the game. Because you would already have every other one. Oh, we're building another wonder. We're building Jurwan now. So this goes back. We have 116 stone per turn coming in for the Romans. So really, again, this could have just been sped up if we translated one of those northern cities into a dozen or more quarries, right? That's the way you can think about it. Every city you build is 15 quarries you don't. Plus or minus, right? Probably, again, frankly, probably more. Probably closer to 20, to be totally honest. So tight, tall empires can compete. Of course, when the ratio gets a little too extreme, and if you're dealing with a very skilled and efficient opponent, that can prove to be not that true. But I highly recommend everybody go back and if you want to watch a game that demonstrates this the best, I think, is Ninja versus Alcaraz in the previous tournament. Great example of one player getting locking down 70 or 80% of the map and tucking another player into only 20% of the map. Now, the player with 20% of the map did actually lose the game, but they had a solid 20, 30, 40 turn window where they could have broken out of their corner and there would have been nothing. The larger empire would have been able to do it. They had economic issues. They had political issues. Their armies were not really much larger. And of course, our eco player had all of the Russian technologies online. They unlocked orthodoxy. They could have just done that tempo thing that I talked about, where they get themselves 20 turns ahead on terms of military production, and just came out, within 5 turns, and then came out swinging at an empire in the throes of disarray. We did not see that happen because cautious play, and ultimately the larger empire did win. But as you observe these games and you get that sense, it is very possible for an empire of 6 cities, 7, 8, 9 cities to defeat an empire of 14 or 15 cities. Ideally, I'd like to be only 2, maybe 3 cities underneath my opponent. But then at that point, it also comes down to the map. If it's a very tight 12-city map where you're close, you're going to expand towards each other and develop borders very quickly, I would not like to be too far behind on cities because that can create pressure and can be hard to keep up sometimes. But otherwise, yeah, smaller empires can beat larger empires. Okay, and we did do landowners, which is fantastic. As soon as this garrison finishes, I would love to see this worker start going over here and get groves. I think this was put in the wrong spot, though. If it was down here, I think we would have gotten all of this grove, too. I guess it doesn't really matter too much, but do we have colonies? No, we don't. Colonies would be useful as well. Connect this coastline. Purchase along this coastline with your ship and, I don't know, a scout. Oh, please do Bodkin. Please do Bodkin. 8-turn Bodkin. Oh, yes! It's go time. It is go time. Every build queue should be building an archer, and we are. We have 99 wood per turn. Oh, here it comes. Too bad the Persians chopped every forest in the north. Nothing really left for us to chop. Two scouts hanging out, whispering secrets to each other. Trying to pass along crucial information. Conspiring to end this centuries-long conflict. We'll see if they succeed in their secret dealings. Now the garrison coming up. Longbows would be delightful because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look, we can hit this site with. So that's another thing, by the way. If you can hit in range, harass and poke your opponent. Very, very sensible thing to do. I would put an archer here, even in the enemy territory. I don't care. Because if they come up to try and kill the thing, we'll just kill more stuff. And poke this city down. Even if it heals every turn, you would be adding... Currently, this city is generating a whopping, horrifying 16 discontent per turn, by the way, which is just disgusting. But you could add an additional 20 discontent per turn on top of that, almost 3 times as much. And simply just from poking it every turn. Culture in Rome is... We have... nothing coming up too soon. We have an Ishtar bomb brewing. 7 turns left on the Ishtar, and our Northern Clearing Force should certainly secure at least one more site. I'll be curious if we choose to delay this, but I'm not expecting that level of micro from this player. But of course, hopefully they come back and check out these streams, and they can learn the little Ishtar bomb trick. We went over that already. Oh, great, and now we have Horse Archer Rebels. Fantastic. That's always a good time. Do we have a spear in the region? Nah, we don't. Because why would we? Politics in Rome is a little bit better. We need to get on this. We need to be influencing people. Why don't you like us? You were closer. Oh, foolish versus intelligent. That's unfortunate. Who's foolish? We are intelligent. Great. Intelligence, nice. 117 science. That's looking good. That's looking good. Also, one other fun fact for our players. Let's take a peek here. Nope. What about here? Nope. And last but not least, what about here? No. Okay. Well, we don't have the option to do that right now, but another thing, we talked all about rushing and volunteers and all that fun fact. If you have a scholar anywhere in your kingdom, you can translate population into science. You can rush inquiries. So a couple of these cities would be generating a nice 80 to 120 science per turn, which at this current stage is as much science as we are generating ourselves. So you'd be speeding up the clock on that front as well. Always viable to rush inquiries as well if it makes sense in the context of your strategy. But of course, I'm really just hoping, I'm crossing my fingers that we will see Bodkin pop off, and that's when we'll see the volunteer rushing. One thing that's concerning me is that we aren't having players end their turn after they're all out of orders. Doom once more in the old world. Nice big earthquake for the Persians. And now we have rebel camel archers. I have no idea what's going on here. Sorry, I've been so focused on the eastern side of the map, I have no idea what's up with this. Probably a bunch of rebels. Did we get a rebellion? Not that I can tell, but possible. Possible we got a rebellion. Considering we have 200 cities here, and our entire force has returned home. Building a citadel. Ooh, missed this. 7 laws in Persia. 2 exciting things happening. That's why we're back home. That's why we're here. Because all of these are hoping to get upgraded to A-strength units just in time for our opponent to have longbows. So it's going to be 2 8-strength units in both of our armies. Holy shit. This might actually go to 200 turns. We do actually have time victory enabled, by the way. So maybe something that we could think about in the future, whether either tournament rules or... so we have discussed this, by the way. We have discussed including like our own artificial timer of being like players need to win the game in 120 or 130 turns. That seems relatively reasonable. Most games end around like turn 70 or 80. It is rare. Of all the games played so far, and there have been a handful of games, only 2 games have gone this late. And in the last tournament as well, we had approximately 2 or 3 games that ended at turn 120 or 130, and 1 game, which this one looks to replicate that 1 game, went to turn 156. So it was quite long. But you have to take that into context of the entire tournament. That's about 4 or 5 games out of a 58 game tournament. So while these games are certainly possible, they are rare. And it is, of course, just an unfortunate happenstance that this happens to be a game holding up a round advancement. We did anticipate some level of kind of, waiting for the next round to start from players. That was a drawback we were prepared to kind of just deal with. But of course, in classic fashion, as it comes to old world RNG mucking up a plan, we did not necessarily expect that one of the very first hold-up games, if you will call it that, would also happen to be what will likely be one of the very few and very rare games that goes to turn 150 and beyond. So a little bit unfortunate there, mostly for our community and our players. I do feel bad, but there was no way we could have predicted that would have happened. It's just a unfortunate concoction of events that led us to this situation. But alas, here we are. And the Romans are picking up steam points-wise. All right, so the question also was, how far are we from a point victory? Okay, so let's do some quick math. We have 2 wonders coming out. That's 4 points. And we can get another 2, 4, 6 points. So we have 10 points on the docket because our stone economy is way better than Persia's. They're not going to beat us to any wonders, I don't think. So we have 10 points on the docket now, and we are 12. Ooh, only 12 turns away from legendary. That's lovely. All 8 of these luxuries, by the way, should be in the capital. Pushed us along a little bit more, but whatever. 12 turns is 12 turns. So another reason why I want to see quarries. Spam those quarries. Spam them. And we are building some, but these guys. Oh, actually, this is all statesman territory. Okay, so he's in the right place. He's going to keep spamming quarries for a little bit. That's great. His landowner friends should join him, and I don't know, this champion worker that is... Nope, we don't actually have a champion worker anywhere here. Am I blind? Who built all these forts? Who the hell built all these forts? Was it an off-type worker? Looks like it. I don't see a champ worker anywhere in sight. Yeah, this is a statesman worker. God damn it. Okay, well, build a champion worker for the love of God and get more quarries out. Did the feed end? I don't think so. You guys still with me in chat? Yes, so stone, 12 turns from legendary. We could immediately build all of the legendary wonders because Persia is nowhere near legend. Actually, yeah, 72 turns. They're nowhere near legendary. So this means they're the guaranteed 2, 4, 6. Sorry, let me do this one more time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 12, 14, 16, 20 points. 20 points get us to... Oh, yeah. 20 points gets us to 49. Ishtar Bomb gets us to 50, 51, 52, 53... 54, 55, 56. Or, alternatively, 53 if we don't delay the bomb, which I'm pretty sure Lerrike will not do that level of micro. I would love to see that level of micro, but I don't expect it from him. In which case, this is 53, and this is 54, 55, 56. So if Rome secures this coast, if Rome keeps this force going, and at this stage I would... then yes, Rome has now at this stage effectively, although there's 800 stone in the Persian Empire. So in theory, they could possibly get to a wonder. But I think that stone's going to go to onagers, which is going to be good news for the Romans. And then yes, I think the point victory will then be locked down for the Romans. So, the timing on that would be, if we don't save the Ishtar Bomb, 12 turns to the legendary, and this is assuming that we have all the stone in the moment, which we will not. But assuming we have all the stone to build everything in the moment, 12, 20, it was 17 to 29, 29 turns, again, also assuming we expand to all of these cities in the meantime. So in theory, the Romans will win a point victory in 29 turns. But they need to be spamming quarries in order to pull that off. And also up their civic income. With, it would be, legal code would be the one to adopt here. We'll probably see divine rule, but I'm actually not in favor of that. We should definitely adopt legal code if we're doing a wonder strategy. And then also after Bodkin, I'd love to see... Oh, we don't have drama. Love to see engineering as well. So drama into architecture after Bodkin would seem like the way to go to finish the out. Also vaulting for calligraphy. Calligraphy, if you're going to do points, if you're Rexing and you're going to do a point victory, get vaulting. As long as you can defend yourself, it's worth the detour, trust me. Don't go for it first. Go for it after you have good science and you can defend yourself. But if you're doing a Rex strategy, engineering for wonder spam, calligraphy for culture. Brutal combo to deal with. Really put your opponent on a clock. Forces their hand. Forces them to figure out how and when they're going to take you out, because you will eventually win with that combo. What do we have? Oh yeah, we need vassalage. Hello, swap to vassalage. We're only getting 3... Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't get me wrong. In the right circumstances, sometimes centralization can be worth as many as 20 science per turn. You can really make it pop off. However, it's really mostly good as an early game science booster, or if you have a heavy culture baseline. you almost always want to swap to vassalage. Look at this. We would be saving, and it's going to be more than this way, by the way. I forget how it actually works, but this tooltip is slightly misleading. It's not going to be 54 food. It's going to end up being something like 80 or 90 food. And you know what it is? Because it's the no extra consumption outside borders. This is not, this 50% unit is tabulated, but the no extra unit consumption is not tabulated. So this is probably, especially since we have stuff out in the field, right? Yeah, we have all this stuff out in the open, out in the field. That's probably another like 30 food and stuff. Yeah, so vassalage should be adopted. I would really go legal code here. And then tyranny would be insane. That'd be 337 gold per turn, which would solve our economic issues. And yeah, volunteers, fine. Slavery, freedom could go either way with the rebel situation. Although, let's go back to politics. Oh, and we have spy master. We set up an agent network, so we're peeking on our opponent now. How many scouts do we have in Rome? One more up here. That bring this guy down the way. Get more eyes. In fact, the Romans could force march to the core. Portcullis is amazingly strong. Another one that can be tricky to get early, but certainly well worth it once you're established. Is a Jewish temple built? I don't know. I think we're just spreading Judaism. Oh, we're building archers everywhere now. Yeah, I think we're thinking about an upgrade timing. 6 turns on this archer, 4 on this one, 4 on this one, 6 on Bodkin. Kind of double dipping on those archer prices. Another value of volunteers is you could just stockpile all the wood and then just 1 turn archer, sorry, longbowmen, the turn that you get Bodkin. That'd be cheaper, but this will definitely get you more units in the field, which is fine, I guess. Ready to expand here as well. I think we'll have to discuss this, but I think... Never mind. I'm not going to talk about it. Camel Archer. Horsemen. More rebels. We killed the other Horse Archer, and now we have Warrior. So yeah, Freedom could be handy. Because the Rebel chance is only 5%. If we swap into Freedom, the Champion Rebels are done with. The Statesmen are down to 5%. Oh, referring to the Holy Site. Good call. No, I do not believe we have the Holy Wonder. No. Very easy to forget. I have a hilarious story where I lost a point victory by 1 or 2 turns. You know, I think I said something like 5 turns to go. I was building my final wonder that would get me my final point. Literally my final point. While my opponent was trying to siege a city of mine. And I was desperately trying to defend, and then eventually I lost my army. I don't even think they took the city yet, right? But I recognized that I would not be able to defend the city in the next 5 turns. And I needed the 5 turns to get that final wonder. So I gracefully conceded. But then, later on, doing a little bit of post-game analysis of that game, looking through the save, looking at the game state, I realized I had 3 religions and had not built a single holy site. So not only should I have won that game, I should have won that game like 10 or 15 turns earlier if I had built those wonders at any point earlier in the game. that my point cap total would have been reduced by 6 points. So I managed to get myself within 1 point of striking distance while not building 6 victory points worth of Holy Wonders. And it's always a shame to notice that at the end. And it just goes to show that even the experienced players can make mistakes, and even, we all miss stuff, It's easy to forget about the things that are important if you don't use them all the time. Forwarding everywhere is a bit much, but whatever. Kudos to you for trying to... I think, actually, you know what? I kind of don't hate this, because eventually it's going to come down to whether Persia can take even just a single city from you to stay in this game. And Rome will be so stretched thin at that point, although with their mobility, it doesn't really matter. Look at this camel. Oh my goodness, I love camels so much. Camels are probably one of my favorite units in the whole game. They're cool, they're quirky, they spit, and they're awesome. But yeah, good pointing out, Gambler. And also Manichaeism. If our Roman friends get... Well, actually, that won't guarantee that it will... No, it will. If they're the only ones with Manichaeism, it will guarantee that it falls to them. And again, the Monumental Buddhists. Another reason why to build that wonder. Not only does it give you lots of culture and helps your political situation, which Rome desperately needs, it actually sets you up to get another 2 victory points when you think about the holy site for Buddhism. Whatever city you plop that wonder in will be the holy city of Buddhism if it has not already been found in the game. And yeah, so technically the Monumental Buddhists, in a roundabout way, can be worth 4 points instead of just the usual 2. In addition to the fact that the holy site would be a 20% culture boost on top of the Monumental Buddhists, adding 2 culture for every religion in that city and all other cities, of course. I get a sense it's probably tricky to utilize in duels. I think wonders are tricky to utilize in duels in general. And of course, there's a hierarchy of wonders that are or aren't important in this type of arena. But in general, I think if the game's going to go long, I think the Buddhist is probably an underrated wonder. I think it's actually quite powerful. Fluffy Bunny says, hey, hey. Any sign of one side getting the upper hand? Welcome to the chat. Fluffy, thanks for popping in. And the answer is no. Rome is positioned to win an inevitable point victory. They are expanding in the north, uncontested from the Persians in the south. They are very likely to eliminate the Vandals, should they desire. And there is an Ishtar bomb 5 turns away from dropping. I don't expect the player to micro this, but that should get them a handful of extra points. And I literally just mapped it out, but so I'm not going to do it again. But just for your comfort, I will say that due to the stone economy at the moment, and due to the fact that Rome is 11 turns away from legendary, and Persia is nowhere close, Rome is primed to win an inevitable point victory. However, it will unfortunately take at least 30 turns to pull that off. At least, and that's assuming we miraculously gain enough stone and civics to build the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wonders within the next 12 turns. If they don't all get built within the next 12 turns, this will be a game that it goes longer than 30 turns. And 30 turns from now would be turn 64. Which means this could very well actually be our first time victory of the tournament. Because Persia is, whether they know it or not, Persia is on the clock. There is nothing they can do to contest the legendary wonders. So that's 8 points going to Rome regardless. And asking them to contest the strong wonders at 29 stone per turn. Yeah, could very well be the first time victory in all of competitive play in the history of competitive play. Now, that becomes interesting. Because let's say the Roman player does secure, at the very least, the strong wonders, right? Mausoleum, Acropolis, Monumental, Buddhist. Then there's some intuition. Again, this all comes down, by the way. These issues of surrendering or game pacing or game length, right? Some of this has to do with experience, right? Lesser experienced players probably will, on average, play longer games. Not necessarily these marathon games, but generally, I think, longer games. If the average experienced player could end a game in maybe 60, 70, 80 turns, the less experienced probably takes 70, 80, or 90 turns. Generally. Still can end it early, but it's going to be probably trend a little bit longer each time. Now, the reason for that is because this Persian player, if Rome secures the Mausoleum, Acropolis, and Monumental Buddhist, and the Roman player can spot that Rome has achieved legendary culture, well, then the Persian player becomes, at that point, astutely aware of the fact that the closest legendary city they have is 53 turns away, which means they are in no position to contest legendary wonders, certainly not with only 29 stone per turn. So, realistically, it becomes a question of, at some point in the next 20 or 30 turns, Persia is going to have to realize they need to attack Rome or they will lose. Which I suspect is what's happening here, because we are 2 turns away from our citadel, and every single Palton is in that we have. I'm pretty sure every single one. Bear with me here while I do a little bit of tool step craziness. Yes, indeed, every single Palton cavalry we have is hanging out in the capital. Which, by the way, I love this. So kudos to you. We have all the training in the world, but unfortunately not the economy in the world. However, we're making a whopping 142 metal per turn. I have to imagine we finally swapped into slavery. No, we didn't. Wow. Great mining on the part of the Persians here. Food's a little bit lacking, but that's fine. The greatest thing about the Persian unique unit, and let's bring it up, because this is the best thing about it. The most underrated thing about it, because it's a very powerful unit on its own, but why can't I remember its name? Yeah, Cataphract. I had that right. C. Its upkeep is primarily metal. And it's cheaper, by the way. So it's cheaper. It's going to be 25% cheaper than any other 8-strength unique unit. And unlike the majority of mounted units in this game, 8-strength mounted units have anywhere from a 4 to 6 food cost, and pretty much every one that costs a large amount of food costs wood instead. So, by being primarily metal, not only, this is literally the cheapest 8-strength mounted unit you could field, because it is 25% cheaper on its base costs, and metal is the most prolific and easy to come by resource we have. So that's amazing. As a comparison, let's look at the Carthaginian elephant. Nope, that's not how you do that. What the hell is the damn thing called? Elephant. Turreted? No. What one? African? Yes, but what's the actual one? African goes up to... What the hell is the second one called? Turreted, yeah, okay. Yeah, so look at this. 6 food. That's so much more difficult to contain when it costs 100 and 100 wood. This is way more expensive than the Cataphract, when you think of it that way. What's another one? The heavy, the 3-man? Same thing. 6 food, 100 food, 100. And now, the Marian one actually takes metal. What is that? Armored? No, assault? Assault elephant? No, this is 6, so armored. Okay, so the armored elephant is similar to Persia. with its resource cost. However, they don't get the initial discount. So even this is slightly more expensive than the Persian unit. So yeah, the Persian unique unit, fun fact about this, not only is it really good because it's a ranged mounted unit that can rout, which is just gross in and of itself, that automatically is going to come with either Sentinel, which we have on some of these units, or flanking, Saddleborn, which we have on a bunch of these units. It's also the cheapest 8 strength unit. Yeah. Can they fight with cataphract archers? Well, the issue that it resides on the Roman side is twofold. In classic fashion, when you have two nations locked in a stalemate such as this, where they're so even on nearly every conceivable metric except for points and wonders. Unfortunately, the Romans are getting an 8 strength unit in 2 turns in the form of longbows. Which isn't to say that cataphract archers still won't be awesome and good, but they're going to have longbows. And also, there's plenty of camel possibility in the field. We're building 2 more camels at the moment, and the Romans have 4 camels, and so that's going to be at least 7 camels, or 6 camels, 6 or 7 camels, and on arid terrain against a horse, a camel is effectively an 8 strength unit, or 9, right? We're 5. Nomad is 25%. And then camel is another 50. So 75%. So yeah, that's basically 9 strength unit. Which is insane. So yeah, camels really, really mess up mounted units. Even the unique units, they have immense staying power in the right terrain. And even without the right terrain, they're basically like a 7 strength unit. You know, they're just under 8 strength if they don't have favorable terrain and they hop to just over 8 strength or close to 9. If they do have the favorable terrain. Yes, I think Persia has a window with the mass cataphract upgrade. I'll be curious how they choose to do this, though, because there's technically 2 options. Option number 1 is just smash in and try to win the fight, which, as long as Rome remains split, could be possible. Because even though, again, I've talked about this extensively, even though both players are similar, if a third of Rome's power, and this really does seem like it might be a third of Rome's power, or maybe 25%, 20 to 30% of Rome's power is up in the north, that means if you get all of your power over here in the west as Persia, and you attack into this terrain, then at least for the initial couple turns of the battle, you will have basically a 25%-ish advantage in terms of overall troop capabilities and military power, which is certainly not insignificant. Now, politics is going to play a role here extensively, because I'm pretty sure politics is still shit in Persia. It's looking a little bit better in, yeah, wow, ooh. However, I must say, if we are to have but one friendly family, let it be the riders, because the majority of our Paltans are currently riders. So that's great news. That's great news for the Persians. That will give us a 10 to 20? Yeah, a 10 to 20 combat. Oh, Champions, actually. Champions is the one that is upset as well. No, angry. Yeah, that's a 20% combat shift in favor of Persia. So that's great news for Persia. So yeah, there's a window here. It's just a question of whether Cliff is able to take it. They might be waiting also because they just got, I think they recently just got the ability to build onagers. They're building metaphysic now, which is going to be a religion for them, so that's fun. But the thing that it's confusing me is we're building workers everywhere still. Like even here, I don't get the workers. I don't get the workers. This is a map read situation. And frankly, and you know, again, I'm not frustrated or upset with the players. I know that there is an added tension here because it's the last game in a particular round. But this is just a map read situation. Building workers on turn 135 when your opponent is gobbling up all of the city sites on the map and spamming all of the wonders is a clear misread of the situation. Because Persia does not have enough time. Onager is better. Thank you. That's great. Everything should be onagers at this stage. Couple of onagers coming. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah. Onagers in these cities will begin the slow fallback of Rome as we are able to launch attacks into this line completely unobstructed. Rome would have to make a decision to either attack into the onagers or gradually fall back. And if Persia can just get these guys to fall back out of these woods and forts, then things will look quite nice for them. However, we're one turn away from Bodkin Arrow, which will complicate things. I apologize if I haven't really been doing much in the way of particular tracking what our players are doing in this game. It's mostly like still at the point of, you know, Persia's doing some level of eco. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I wish I caught this in real time, but oh boy. There it is. Love to see it. We call this a power spike. A mass upgrade, rather. We call this a mass upgrade, which can be one way to have a power spike. Rushing is the other, generally. I guess bonus cards, too, technically. You know, free ballista at the right time is a good power spike. But yeah, we're seeing the mass upgrade. I wouldn't have upgraded these guys. Because of political opinion, we've upgraded 3 Sentinel Paltons. I would have upgraded all 3 of the Riders Paltons. Also, yeah, I guess we don't have the best economy to pull this off, but yeah, no, this is still a good sign, but we could have had a bunch of Paltons. Now let's go take a peek at what damage we can do. Only 5 against a fortification, 7 against a fortified spear, which is good news. And what about everybody back here? 8, 11 out in the open. Oh, yes, so I talked about 2 ways we could do this. So the first way, strong arm through here, which, I mean, I dig it. Can we Civic Rush this guy? We've Civic Rushed 4 times. Also, we're furious, so we can't. Politics. It's really awesome. I have to say that's my favorite thing about this game, is that it's a strategy game about like the building of an empire, the managing of a nation, and also conquest and all that stuff. And they did such a wonderfully beautiful job of interlacing the need to actually manage the opinion. And I don't want this to come across the wrong way for our players, because it is relatively easy to manage family opinion, you know. There is enough tools in the toolbox that players can manage it. But due to the way, you know, that different events can unfold and different traits can happen and, you know, untimely deaths and whatnot, you can end up in situations, and this happens to me all the time. I've had games where I basically lost because my family opinion was just absolute crap. And sometimes you just can't get your tools operational fast enough to deal with just the crap. But anyway, I love it. I love that it's not just production queues. Like Furious Family we have minus 20 in all this production. And even culture, right? Minus 20. Because, oh, I thought that did that too. I thought it did culture. That doesn't seem right. Didn't it do culture too? Or am I thinking of assimilation? Well, anyway, minus 20 production on everything, so your empire becomes less efficient. And then also fighting a war, that minus 20% combat. You can't fight a war if your people hate you. They won't. And so, like, the thematic element of that being wrapped in to actual sensible game mechanics, to me, is one of my favorite things. I love it. I love it. And then, yeah, it makes the politic aspect. Basically, everything that you need, you need everything to kind of be in sync with each other. You need to have a strong economy. You need to have efficient orders. Do we get martial code? Does this really actually do anything for us? Holy war? Are they going to break? 10 turns. Holy war and towers. We have a judge here. Rush out a wall, rush out a moat, rush out a tower, and just flip your opponent the bird. Do rush out moats and walls up here, moats and walls up here, and then just say, yeah, I dare you to come take my points. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, pretty good damage in fully fortified forts. Yeah, these are fully fortified units. So all 5 blips of fortification, which is 25%. Sorry, 20. Yeah, it's 25%. It's 5% per each bubble. And on top of a fort, which is another 50%. So it's every one of these guys have an extra 75% defense. And a paladin will, a cataphract will walk right in here and do 5 damage to these Hystasis and 7 to a spear, which is quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Of course, the champions are currently enjoying a 10% combat penalty for being grumpy. Yeah, I like the horsemen for some better route potential. A couple of horsemen would be nice. Where are our chariots? Have we upgraded? Dipping down here for a quick upgrade might make sense for these two guys. God, our economy sucks. So, I mean, actually, it's not as bad as it was. It's come on a little bit better. It's mostly just a gold thing. Our economy is actually fine. So, kudos to Lerrike for writing that ship. So, what would I do here? I know what I'd do. Classic. I would take the free scholar, or free court minister, as a cycle to get myself to doctrine. Because I now have Bodkin Arrow. I have volunteers. Court minister, cycle to doctrine, get up my orthodoxy. Pray that my political situation stays stable for a bit. And then, yeah, spam. We have 44 orders per turn. Actually, we have 58 orders per turn. That's plenty of orders to rush out quite a few 8-strength units from various different locations. Between that and volunteers, we could probably conjure something like, and I'm serious, by the way. It doesn't seem like it, but with the volunteers that we have, the citizens that we have, and the amount of order economy that you have, you could probably do something absurd like conjure 15 longbowmen in something like 6 turns. Somewhere around that. Maybe 12. Or, yeah, no, I don't know. That's a lot. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Let me see a longbow. Why are we don't... Please rush this if you're going to do this. Can't hurry because you're angry. Don't. What did... I'm so angry. A 10-turn Elder Officer on turn 136 is something that no human being should ever do. Maybe we rush it, but we can't because we're... Wait a minute. Oh, cannot hurry because autonomous... Never mind. I take it back, guys. I did the classic mistake. It's autonomous rule. All is forgiven, Lerrike. My apologies. I let my temper get the best of me. We're fine. It's just a governor. It's not us. All is forgiven. All right, we're on a break. So I'm actually going to take an opportunity to break myself. I'll be back in, I don't know, some amount of time. I'll click this off, give us a nice clear view of the front line in case any action happens before I come back. And 24 of you in the chat, thanks for being with us. I know there's lots of anticipation around this game. And if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, love that you're here as well. And if you caught this entire game while either streaming it live or if you followed around through on YouTube, man, what a game. What a session. Insane. Marathon of marathon sessions this one is. All right, I'll be right back. Our players did just come back, but I'm going to still take a break. Alrighty. We're back. Metaphysics in one turn. 20 people in chat. And, alright. Making our way north. And clearing this camp. So, will that be ready in time for the Ishtar? 2 turns, possibly. Do we have a settler nearby? No. Yes, kind of. I mean, we have a militia here. We can save the bomb. If we do that, these 3 sites would be worth 2 points each. Of course, this is one of the drawbacks of saving a bomb, an Ishtar bomb, is that sometimes, yeah, you need to find the balance between gaining more sites versus your natural culture output. So, for example, if we do save the bomb to clear these 3 sites, this one city will surely level up, as will actually this one. So, yeah, we would be saving for 3 sites while losing 2 sites in terms of the culture level up. So then again, that might be worth it just for the timing, actually. Because it doesn't matter if you level up in the time it takes us to bomb, as long as we settle, and then they all instantly hit developing. But yeah, still fine. All right, we're seeing some massive staging from Cliff here. By the way, more upgrades. Massive staging from the Persians. And frankly, despite all of this tension and effort and work, we're seeing our first upgraded longbow, by the way. I must say that if Persia breaks into Hispalis, that will be the game. Despite the size of the Roman Empire, this one location is the linchpin of the whole game. And it might even come down to that one fight. If Persia goes all in on this location and loses, we could see a concession on account of that, because that will prove definitively that the Persians... Also, let's check their spike. Oh my god, they're neck and neck again. But look at that jump from the upgrade. But again, very important to think about this neck and neck, right? Think about this conceptually. About 25% of that power, or 20% of that power, is all in the north doing other stuff. Fortunately for Rome, it's chariots, so they can get to the front line in approximately just 2 turns. Still, though, that gives you a 2-turn window to do some serious damage on this front line. Really need to see onagers coming out. Ah, nice. We have a rushed onager. We have 3-turn onager in capital. Honestly, for a conflict of this scale, with how much units we have to use to fight, you only really need, as long as you can keep them safe, 3 or 4 onagers. Just a couple of onagers being able to fire into this while you have a massive horde of units gumming up the works and protecting that onager fire. Even that's plenty. You don't. It's true that 5, 6, 7, 8 onagers are nightmarish, but even just 1 or 2 in this style of conflict, if they cannot be reached by your opponent, will do a lot of work. Onagers are immensely powerful. So, as soon... I'd like to see some rushing from here. Oh, we can't, because it's furious! Damn it! Damn it! Look at this. Oh, this is something, too. Because the game has been so long, one of the issues here is the minus 136 for not having the ruler on the throne. So that's one of the reasons why I love having daughters. Because if I have a daughter, let's take a peek at this Persian dynasty. Actually, let me look at who took the throne. So we had a rider queen, and then a rider child. So this is the first mistake. Your first queen, your first daughter should marry someone of a different family. And why is that? Because if the woman marries a man of the champion's family, child will be champions. Nope, sorry, we're Persia, so statesman, whatever, it doesn't really matter, just for the sake of the example. So we start riders, we marry into the statesman family, our child becomes statesman, which means for the entire time Queen Zand is on the throne, that you have not led the throne thing is not ticking, right? Which means as soon as she dies, that counter starts anew at 0, right? On whatever turn she dies. Let's say that's turn 40, 50, whatever. More importantly, the heir who takes the throne is not riders again, as we see here. It's now statesmen, which means all of the build-up to the point of her death is wiped clean and goes to 0. So effectively, on turn whatever, 60, 50, whatever turn that this... Oh, actually, she died on turn 80. So on turn 80, we would have had 0 penalty from the riders for not ruling the city, and we would then shift to having 0 penalty from the statesmen or the, hunters. But in fact, every single ruler of this entire dynasty has been riders. So another little nuance of political manipulation in this game, especially more important for the games that are going to drag on for a long time. Have to manage that. This is another tool for managing political opinion. Need to diversify your dynasty across the different families, and that will really help pay off in the back end. Oh, so beautiful. Tough grab between... Oh, we have a scholar on the throne. I just noticed that. Wow. All right, so we can goods boost, then cycle back to hydraulics, which will be a really nice grab as well. Things are cooking in Persia, guys. Things are cooking in Persia. How long have we been casting? We've been casting for... 3 hours. Damn. Time flies when you're having fun, though. I feel like I've been here for an hour. This game just hooks into you, man. Oh, look at this. Minus 620 for the Statesman. That is incredible. That is incredible. But honestly, look at this. There's lots. We could have a 278 opinion swing for our Jewish faith. And yet another 100-ish opinion swing for our Zoroastrian faith. So, well, actually, I guess we can't really manipulate the Roman one, but if we could get this person on our side, which would be tricky, we could convert the statesman. Oh, actually, another value to imprisoning here, the oligarchs count more for religious weight. We have 3 Zoroastrian members of the faith and 3 Jewish members of the faith in the statesman family. The oligarch counts as 1 extra point. So if we want to think of this in terms of points and deciding who controls, which faith controls the family, it's 3 plus 1 for the oligarch. Right? So it's currently 4-3. If we imprison this oligarch, and one of it's like almost like a 50-50 chance, to be honest, and one of the Zoroastrian members of the family take over. Oh, actually, there's a 4th one. When it's tied, it just doesn't switch. It stays whoever it is. So, yeah, man, if we imprison this oligarch, and one of the Zoro faith members takes over the position, that would be one way to convert our family to Zoroastrianism without going through the rigmarole of trying to convert tons of people. Imprison is a very underrated mechanic. People don't use it enough. Everyone worries about plotting people and backstabbing people and bypassed heirs and all this stuff that can come along and mess with you, and it feels like it's RNG, and of course tons of it is RNG, but they're the tool, and he's the chancellor, and he can just imprison people. Imprison a bypassed heir. Your problems are solved. You won't get knifed. I can't say that categorically because I'm sure that there are events where maybe they break out of prison and then they come get you or whatever. But for the most part, it will resolve your problems. Just imprison people. I have absolutely bypassed an heir and have immediately chucked them into prison. Which is one of the reasons, by the way, while I'm here, I don't think that A2 Brute event, or whatever it is the event where the bypassed heir comes and knifes you, and no, what they do is they kill the parent and they kill the new heir. So they kill your current ruler and they kill the new heir. That can happen when the bypassed heir is like 12, 14, 16 years old. I need to remember to tell Mohawk to change that and make it so that it can only happen when they're adults. And the reason why is to other people's points about having RNG that you can at least control. If they do it as a teenager, there's nothing you can do about it. But if you make it like a minimum of like the character needs to be maybe 20 years old, that at the very least allows the player to kind of tuck in the back of their mind, hey, I'm going to imprison this kid as soon as he grows up. Otherwise, the alternative to that is allow us to imprison children, which would also be awesome. But you can't currently. So there's actually no way to deal with the bypassed heir if they're too young. And kind of funny that the 13-year-olds can launch a devastating coup where they kill both their parent and their sibling. But otherwise, I don't mind the mechanic because, again, I use Imprison pretty frequently. Not frequently, that's probably too strong a word. But I do use it somewhat regularly. It's one of the reasons why I do like Spoked Wheel as a technology. And find Chancellor's at least slightly useful. No new wonders started in Rome, but getting close to a new threshold here. Our civics is on point. We are actually getting the free court soldier. Wait, what did we get last time? Because martial code. Oh, well, we got the, what did we get? Did we get the free court minister, and now we re-rolled in this here, and we're going to do a free court soldier? I probably would have just grabbed steel here, because they're also going to get the training boost, and then hopefully we're going for doctrine. Are we fishing for doctrine? I hope so. All right. Let's see what's going on in the world today. Another site cleared for the Romans. Chariots in a central position for healing. Probably still going to try and clear this other site. And now I want to keep eyes on the longbow situation. Woot, woot. 3 longbows in Rome now. And that's the thing that's funny. By the time one player finally feels like they're in a position to go press an advantage, it's almost as if that advantage has been evaporated or equalized. Like all this buildup for 8 strength Persian cataphracts just in time for Rome to get 8 strength longbows, damn it. Of course, I think the onagers will really help. Speaking of which, alright, yeah. Onagers are on the way. Another Palatine. Sorry, another cataphract. Another cataphract. Oh, man. Speaking of which, let's hop on over to the Persians. Ooh, thing of beauty here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cataphract archers. That's horrifying. A couple of them with Highlander. A couple of them with Eagle Eye. Really nice for this battlefield. Eagle Eye is going to be useful because the Palatines, the cataphracts still get their extra range while on a hill. So both the Highlanders and the Eagle Eye people will be hitting at full strength from their position up on a hill, because Eagle Eye ignores the penalty, but that one tile is going to be minus 20%, right? And then, of course, the Highlander is plus 25%, so they might as well also ignore the penalty. I cannot cast the next game. Yeah, so I will drop from that. Good catch. Although, if it's a brand new one, I could swap and start a new one, but I don't want to. Because after all of this, there's no way. I refuse to miss the ending of this game. Not even me personally, but I refuse to not have... Curly versus Skrabinski is a second part. Yeah, and I'll drop from that now in case anyone wants to go grab it. Thanks for keeping us on top of it, Constant. Forgive me if you can hear my typing. Of course, if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, I appreciate you bearing with us as, you know, we do have a live audience. And I know some of you many of you probably can't tune in live and you guys like to watch these. So I always try to cast with that in mind, speaking to you from the future, speaking to you directly, you know, considering the YouTubers and the guys watching, you know, at your own pace and after the fact. Always try to make sure that that stays part of my cast. So we are looking out for you as well. But of course, you know, we do have people with us live and we engage in chat, and sometimes I have to hop on to Discord and see what's going on. So thanks for bearing with us, and certainly no harm. If the luxury of the YouTubers is every time I take a break, you can just fast forward through the break. The rest of you are stuck here staring at the screen. That's always nice. Chris Wu said it's weird some games people have high science, some games have low science. Well, the first thing about that is there's going to be skill differences across different players. The second thing about that is going to be factional differences. I don't think Rome and Persia both are really known for their massive science spikes, but of course, you can still, you know, get pretty good science on either of them if you know what you're doing. But some nations are obviously easier to get high science on, like any of the Sage nations, for example. But then the other thing is it's time and build. It's orders and build queue, right? So this has been a game with heavy conflict. The Roman player tried to cross the map and rush pretty early. We don't really see a dip here, but because I don't think anybody really died. Maybe they lost one unit. But they had to back off. So that's orders and time wasted off of Rome. And also orders and time and build queue. I think the Persians built something like 2 extra military units at the start of the game. Very start of the game when they had just 3 cities. And that was in direct response to Roman aggression. So that type of stuff is going to slow down your overall game momentum. Some games we see players building nothing but workers or settlers in their first few cities. Like, only that, right? And then the next step is going on to build specialists, right? And they maybe have 1 or 2 cities churning out units, especially if it's like a champ nation, right? So every queue or order that gets wasted not developing yourself economically and scientifically is going to basically make the game longer. So some of these early skirmishes, and then when they're really intense, the Battle of Ortospana was super intense. You figure all of the orders and all of the build queues of both players, especially the Persians, right, were focused on this battle for a solid 15 or 20 turns, I think. Let's take a peek. The power graph should tell us. So we began this battle roughly around turn 67. Actually, no, I would say we began this battle because we started to see Persian deaths here. So we began this battle roughly around turn 62, call it, right? And we can say that we ended this battle on turn 81. So that is roughly 20 years of intense combat where all of our orders, and in the case of Persia at least, but probably Rome as well, all of our build queues are going to military unit. That is effectively going to freeze your game in place. Whatever level of scientific, economic development that you have, it's going to sit there for 10, 15, 20 turns, and it's going to rarely advance unless you have, you know, your main mega science city, which players do, able to maintain its development while also waging a war. Polytheism worth it for science? In this game, no. But if you mean in general, it can be, yes. Depends on the nation. Normally when you run polytheism, you at the very least want to spam at least 1 shrine in all cities in order to enable yourself to get a powerful ordered boost from divine rule when you unlock it. And so you have 2 options, really. Are you spamming several shrines or are you spamming just 1? I think it's the most efficient and to just spend 1. We are staging hardcore. The Romans will be able to see this happening, so the Persians will tip their hands slightly as they did, 60 turns ago, but things are moving. I think Cliff is aware that he's on a clock. half the wonders in the Persian control, in the Roman control, and a measly 50 stone per turn, 29 stone per turn coming in for the Persians. So there is no wonder competition from them. More than 50%, well more than 50% of the map. 16 cities. No, how many cities? 11 cities to 8 under Roman control. And yes, we have our migrating units from the Romans. They are abandoning pursuit of their... And ironically, this is the thing that adds even more time to the game, because what's going to happen is Rome's so close to securing the final 2 sites, which gives them mathematically the exact amount of sites, points, accessible things, everything they need to get a point victory. But they're reasonably going to migrate down south to get ready for this conflict. And so well, actually, no. It should be pretty straightforward. If Persia loses this battle, Persia loses the game. So I think we'll see a conclusion here. I don't want to obviously force the player into a position to concede, but this, in this moment here, is everything the Persians have. So this is going to come down to tactics, a little bit of luck, and overall supply lines as the battle is happening. We are equalized in power exactly. Holy shit. I have literally never seen it. I really do feel bad for these two players that this is like the one match that holding up the entire round, because I think that's sucking some of the tension and excitement out of the game for some players. But man, this is an epic. This is epic old world right here. Regardless of player skill or where they should or shouldn't be at this stage in the game, I do not think I've ever seen a more even matchup between two players playing a game of old world. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. So here's the thing, but this is what's good news. This is what's good news for us. If this fight can resolve on this turn, not on this turn, in this session, if they don't break for another session and they just fight this out, if Persia loses the fight, meaning to the point where they need to retreat and they need to reach that position of, oh, I'll just build up and come back for more, I think they've effectively lost the game. And the reason why I think they've lost the game is not because they do not have enough time to rebuild their numbers after a devastating fight. You know, we assume that the Persians are going to take a bunch of kills, right? So it's not that. It's that this would be the second time that the Persians and the Romans have clashed with equal or greater forces, and the Romans have repelled the Persians. So that would signal to me, I know they say the third time is a charm, but that would signal to me that even if I took another 20 turns of rebuilding my forces and getting myself back up to equal fighting strength, there's just not a very strong chance that I would have better luck in the next fight. Yeah, I agree, Boldus, and I appreciate you for casting. I've really, really enjoyed your casts of this, and being able to hang out in the audience while you cast the last 2 or 3 sessions. And I had actually completely forgot that I cast the first session, so it's nice to be... Hopefully this will be the conclusion. It was nice to be able to bookend it, but yeah, it's a bummer that there's some added, I guess, organizational weight to this match, because it's truly epic. Truly epic. I don't... The last time I've seen a match like this was Mojo versus Oro, which was another game that went super late to like the 150s. And they just beat the crap out of each other 3 or 4 different times in the game. just absolutely hammering away at each other, and neither player could get a definitive edge. And I think it's incredibly rare. It's rarer than people think, even though we have so many skilled players. But you think when those players match up that you'd maybe see more stalemates. But no, even like Ninja versus Klaus only came down to like, what, 2 sessions? No, and my session with Aaron was only 3. And that was a longer one, but done in 120 turns. And that was a pretty even matchup too, I think, by the end. That last battle was insane. But either way, yeah, no, but this level of parity is just so rare. Because even with players of equal skills, I feel like somebody can eventually make a move that gives them the dominant edge. And we could say that Cliff actually did achieve that back on like turn 50 or whatever. That first comeback from Ortospana, taking the central site and getting the position, like Rome had nothing. So that is the unfortunate thing, that Cliff is up against the clock and all things hinge on him finally breaking into Hispalis, because Cliff, if nothing else, would have been able to take Hispalis, which means the entire northern expansion of Rome would have never happened. Even if he lost steam at Hispalis, I think Hispalis would have definitely fallen, and then it would have been a matter of time because Rome would have been trapped with 4 cities. Even if Persia lost enough units and enough strength that they couldn't fully come in and siege Corduba, it would have only been a matter of time for a Persian victory, because Rome would have just been locked in. Of course, anything could have happened at that stage too, but it's a real shame because I think Cliff had it. Cliff let it slip away, unfortunately, back nearly 100 turns ago. When was that first battle? First battle happened around turn 60. Yeah. Yeah, nearly 100 turns ago. It's 80 turns ago. 60 to 80 turns ago. That's crazy. The battle began about 80 turns ago. It ended about 60 turns ago. And this was the moment right here. This was the moment right here on turn 80. Look at this difference. 690, which isn't a lot of power, mind you, but 220 is only about 4 or 5 units, if that, right? So this was the moment where Cliff let this game slip through his fingers, and I suppose kind of here too, but this was a much harder fight. Rome didn't even need to be here. And actually, if we do the math on this, check this out. The power difference here, 1,500 to nearly 1,300, is lesser than the power difference here. That's a 200 power difference versus a 400 power difference. So we had nearly twice as much power going into this potential fight than we did at this potential fight. Let me see. Are we moving? No. First onager's up, and here it comes. Here it comes. There is nothing the Roman player can do about this short of sieging the city, which, by the way, in case we missed it, does have walls now. So this is a very nice... couple players have been wondering, well, when should I ever build walls? I don't see walls being built in competitive play. They don't seem useless. This is the moment. Could probably even see walls here, too. Yeah, I would not have complained at any point in this game if Lerrike chose to build walls in Hispalis as well. These are the tension points where you want walls. What we don't want seeing is a wall in Shiraz or a wall up here in Susa. You need to, as a player, you need to read the map, identify what the tension points are. So maybe even a wall up here at some point. I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't think we need walls in every single one of these cities. You need walls in a city that you think is going to be a tension point. So maybe Vesantio, things like that. But the likelihood of someone coming all the way up to Sumalakena? That's a weird one. Is so unlikely. There's no point putting a wall up here. You go where the tension is, and that's where you think about your defensive positioning, where you think about your forts, where you think about your walls and things like that. But now, this is the most dreaded thing about Onager Fire in the game. The single, arguably in my mind, the single most annoying thing in this game, which does not mean it needs to be changed at all. It's working fine. It's working intended. There are solutions to this problem. However, once even a single onager gets set up, there is not you can do except to make the decision to either just get relentlessly poked or gradually back up. And then the annoying thing about gradually back up, we call this the onager creep, is that you back up 1 or 2 tiles, well then the onager just advances 1 or 2 tiles. And then with it comes the rest of the Persian military. So basically, an advancing line of onagers forces a defending player to react, either through retreating, which is not ideal since we spent all of these orders building forts and fortifying units. Think about that. A second onager coming up, a third onager coming up. That's going to make us eventually have to retreat. So this essentially, I think these, to be clear, I want to be very clear, this actually was really solid setup because this helps buy you time. Oh, now we have longbow rebels. That's awful. So yeah, I don't want to imply that any of this was a waste. I know some players are not fond of fortifying. I actually think that this is pretty solid with these guys. Although as the Hystasis, I would have testudoed. Because what you're really going to be concerned about in this front line is precisely this type of fire from archers or onagers. And testudo is even more powerful, and it costs less orders to set up. But anyway, point being is, so now the tricky thing is we're going to have to waste all of these orders by backing up. Or the alternative, which is equally worse, start a fight that we maybe don't want to start. So onagers are a nightmare. I hate seeing this. This is the most dreaded sight. One of the most dreaded sights in the game is when your opponent sets up their first onager on such a tension point between both nations where you're staring each other down with this mass of units. Because if one side has onagers and the other does not, that becomes an incredibly tricky puzzle to solve for the person who does not have them. One onager coming out in 3 turns, one onager coming out in 5 turns, and surely we must have some others. No? That saddens me. We should be rushing. Oh, we can't because we're furious. Damn it! Every time. Every 5 turns, I'm like, why isn't Persia rushing these? Because they literally cannot. We do have a second onager out. 2. So by the time this one hits the front line, we'll have a third one out. Can plop up on these hills. Yep. It's going to be a roaring good time. Rushing out Hystasis. Looks like we used volunteers. Yes. Love it. Horsemen. Yeah, I think Rome has this. I think they burned a citizen for a full Hystasis up here as well. We'll probably see more coming from... we could get a 10-turn longbow in 1 turn, even if it costs us 3 citizens. Yes, of course. And that's the funny thing about this equalized nature. Not only did Persia get an 8-strength unit, just in time for Roman to get an 8th-strength unit, Persia had onagers just in time for Rome to have longbows, which will help equalize the potential onager creep. So there's nothing that the Romans can do about this singular onager in the city, but as it creeps forward, it will be very viable to take out these onagers from a distance with a couple of longbows. That's surprisingly not doing a lot of damage, though, so it's probably politics. No. Yeah, I don't know what's... Oh, it's scrub, but still, that seems a little low for an 8-strength unit. But hey, here we are. Portcullis in 1 turn for the Persians. Okay. Let's look at Rome. 19 orders left. All of these orders can be spent getting into position. Overall, the general political situation is better in Rome, but Persia still has one friendly family. They do remain friendly, right? Yep, one friendly family. So that's going to be an advantage. It's so interesting because politically speaking, they both kind of have advantages because Rome is all only upset, although I guess they're now angry down here. Yeah, all right, so there we go. We're now all only upset. But Persia, on the other hand, has two furious families and one friendly. So that's certainly... oh, man, I've never seen a game like this. It's crazy. Really great production. 3 more units hitting next turn. 4 more units hitting next turn. We rushed another one. How do we do this one? More citizens? Oh, we're making... Did we do it? Oh, legal code. Such a good choice. Divine rule is usually the more popular one, but this is the moment. This is the game for legal code to shrine... I'm thinking... That was a Freudian slip because you need shrines for divine rule to pay off. This is the moment for legal code to shine, and the reason for that is because you definitely want to be able to ensure you can maintain your troop production through rushing at a time like this. So 170 civics per turn is fantastic when we think compared to our opponent, who has 89 civics per turn. So all in all, between volunteers and the civic capabilities of our opponent, my issue here is Lerrike. Lerrike keeps running down the clock even though he runs out of orders. So, decided to give them a friendly reminder to remember to end their turns. Hydraulics in 8 turns. That would be nice. But the really great thing about Rome is that there's tons of chariots in Rome. I really love the composition here. Both players have pretty decent compositions, but I think the Roman one is better overall. And mostly I just love to see the Roman chariot. Look at this nonsense. With an ill ruler, hopefully she doesn't die. Look at this nonsense. You know, in theory, you probably don't want to do this, but in theory, the Romans could create a very interesting opportunity to come through. Oh, look at this, man. I don't know how you'd get so much damage this far, but look at this actual route chain that's possible. These two, into this guy, this slinger, into the archer, into the... There's no way, by the way, just to be clear, there's no way. Maybe with longbows on these hills. But anyway, and all the way into the ballista. There's like a nice hole here. I actually love this staging of the chariots. Because this is like actual military tactics here, really. Because if the Romans advance, if the Persians advance on Rome, these chariots can come around for devastating flanks. And take out key units or just combine to whittle down large numbers of weaker units. You know, I think about that sometimes too in both directions. We probably don't need this, but I think it would be funny if, like, because I think the thresholds are 100 and 200. I think it would be really funny if both for friendly, both for positive opinion and for angry opinion, if there was an additional threshold for plus or minus 500. Because that's pretty tricky to achieve on either side, but it is doable. So it would actually be kind of cool if plus or minus 500 had another level, another family level. I just don't know how much more penalty that you could give, because you can't rush while furious, and all your production and strength is negative 20%, and your maintenance, which is probably the worst thing, is well, actually no, not the worst thing. Not being able to rush is the worst thing, but the maintenance is not great either. So I just don't know how much worse it could get. And if you have this low opinion, I don't think you really need. I don't think you need anything else going against you at that stage. That seems a bit much. Oh, we had our first attack into the Romans. Wow. You know what's funny, though? We're only going to need to heal one unit, because the other guys are just going to heal. Oh, actually, these guys are... No, forts actually passively heal you, too. I forgot about that. That one's not easy to remember. Oh yeah, I guess increase rebels, huh? You could add 50 is a lot, but I could see having this one do an additional like minus 20. I could also see losing control of the build queue entirely, like a Grand Vizier. I don't know about the rebel thing, but having all of the cities of that family go autonomous because they refuse to heed your command, that would be another one. That I could see that alone. No other change other than if you have negative 500 opinion or more, and then all of those cities just become autonomous. So you can't control them. I could see that as penalty enough, because that still would at the very least allow you to do stuff. We have a slinger. A poking slinger. Time to see. Yeah, negative 1,000 opinion, you're no longer allowed to play the game. You get shifted to the observer view, and you watch the computer try to win the game on your behalf. Super Brave Bateman. Yes, this is a unit whose only job is to die in the service of his nation. We salute you, and best of luck in the afterlife, my friend. Once more, we come to the Battle of the Danube River. Well, players who run negative gold with nothing else to sell are forced to sell resources from a build queue if they're not active. Well, I guess it's only if they're not actively working on it, so never mind. I don't know. I kind of agree with the mentality of, like, if it's that bad, I don't think the game needs to do anything else to make it that any worse. So that's how I feel about the negative 600 opinion thing too. Although it really would be fun or cool or interesting to come up with a new level, and I think the autonomous thing is a nifty idea. But it is a very practical mentality of thinking, if it's that bad, do the players really need anything else to make it worse? Doctrine just not wanting to show up. Oh, wait, no, Doctrine's in our hand now. I mean, I guess it's a little bit late. So maybe Martial Code instead. Or maybe Administration and try to get the Free Legionnaires. I guess that seems like a lot just for 2 units, but maybe. Oh, and we've hit legendary. So, yep, tick-tock goes the clock for Persia once again. Although we no longer have any stone, so we must be selling it a lot for our units, which does make sense. Why on earth are we building a settler? Rome, man, you're killing me. I mean, I admire it. I admire the boldness here, but we're actually building a settler as if this fee of... In fact, it's scenic time. Oh, man, I can't clear these notifications anymore, which is bugging me, because I used to clear these before I would pan, because who even looks at those anyway? All right, so here we go. Wait, hold on. Boom. Probably don't need to make sound effects when I do this, huh? Cool. And then maybe come down this way. This is how I make the trailers, by the way, guys. Of course, I'm already not following my own advice from last season, which is I really need to start bookmarking when I do this. Because I don't take notes of any of the time that I do this, so I'm halfway there. I make cool panning shots, but then I never keep track of what games and when that I did them in. So, and this season, when I tried to make the trailer, it led to a very frustrating time of trying to go through hundreds of hours of footage to find cool moments. So I wasn't particularly happy with this season's trailer because it was a little bit thrown together, I'll admit. No resources in Rome. 25 orders left for the Romans. Workers coming out. I do kind of love that it's sort of just business as usual in Rome. 40 points now, by the way. So let's do math, another round of math. 40 points. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 points remain. Yep. 54 points. We just need 2 more points. And 2 more points are on the docket in the next 3 more. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 points in the next 16 years. So in the time it would take us to build one of those wonders, be 5 points, bring a 45, which means we only need to build 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more wonders if we can find another point somewhere else. The Jewish holy site, that would only be 8 turns. So yeah. Of course, now we have no resources, because it looks like we are selling our stone to do military stuff. Which is, in fairness, and all with good credit to Persia, that is one way to slow down your opponent from squeezing out that point victory. If you pressure... This is what I talk about all the time, by the way, and why I like the smaller arenas. And why I like the tension. Because building a border and threatening, not even attacking, just threatening, just having something like this looming on the edge of your opponent's border. What did that do? That caused Rome to come all the way down here. They are now no longer clearing the remaining 2 sites despite building a settler, right? So that tension, that pressure that you can apply on your opponent can slow them down in so many different regards. It can slow down their expansion. It can slow down their ability to invest in science and economy. It can slow down their ability to build wonders and create, and get points. So this, the ability to create pressure is hugely important, which is why I don't really like the larger maps. I don't really consider this because, again, most of their arena is on this bottom half. But early borders, early tension, I think makes for an interesting game. And it's not even because I like short games or rush games. I like games where I'm interacting with my opponent throughout the game. So if it's on a huge, continent map where we're like 70 tiles away and we're not going to have a border until like turn 50 or something like that, Then there's just not enough tension. There's not. I feel like I'm playing by myself. Yeah, no, I'm not forgetting that. I'm not forgetting the sites. I was just seeing if we had it without doing any further expansion. I'd already mapped out that if he already secured these, that would be enough to win, which was a bit of a bummer of the fact that this clearing force did actually retreat, but it is completely understandable that they came back here. All right, another attack. And I suppose we will see more slingers advancing. Building another fort. And we are, in fact, building walls. What did we decide? In technologies, by the way. Martial code. I swear to God, if we get a freaking tower in this city, I'm going to lose my mind. We should be rushing this wall, actually. I guess we have the time, but rush the wall, rush the moat, and then in 9 turns, rush a tower. If we see, this could be very well be the first game where we see towers come into play competitively. Only other game I can think of in a multiplayer game was the last year's Spring Free-for-All, where I managed to build towers. Persia should go through the desert and rush through. I don't know. This is a tough path. And camels are going to be pretty tough in the desert. Although I guess they only do 5 damage to the Palatins. But the Palatins only do 4 damage. See? That's nuts. Look at that. 5 to 4. Camels, man. All right, I'm going to need to get some more water before this starts, so I apologize if I miss some initial movement.
For your health. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I like the unflavored Pedialyte. I like the unflavored. Because it goes with whatever you decide to do.
Alrighty, 1 turn, just in time for a new owner, and we did have a couple more slingers moving to their death, and we have a agent network set up, which is nice. Oh, it could be fun to see a treachery pop off. Imagine that. Imagine if we could treachery and just break in somehow. It's gonna be that's a tall ask, but it's fun to do that when there's an opening. I love running treachery missions. I'm probably one of the only people who actually reliably do that. But it's just fun. It's fun to have your opponent looking in another direction, thinking that their city is safe, only for it to explode open and then instantly fall. Towers for the range 6 mangonel. Alright, Persia. Advancing slightly with the spear. I'd probably put the spear up here, to be honest. To prevent entrance. Well, not prevent, because obviously the spear will die very easily. But to make the advancement... Where's my range? Yeah. I can't wait. Look at this, though. Hence my point. Ignore the ray of God for a moment. Between the northern slinger and the northernmost archer, this onager range indicator is highlighted between those two arid tiles. Anyone, Alex is so funny. The guy, he's one of the developers. He's all like, "It seems fine to me." Dude, that is practically invisible. So hopefully whatever fix comes out next patch helps resolve this. And yep, this is the second onager unlimbered, which will force a decision from Rome soon. Rome has two actions here. Gradually retreat and invite the Persians to creep closely to their border, which frankly might not actually not be a bad idea. But if you're going to do that, be sure to burn these forts in the meantime. But we are actually building more forts, which makes me think we might end up in option number 2. Well, I guess technically there's 3 options. But the third one doesn't really make much sense. So option number 2 is attack. And then the third option is, I don't know, fight exactly where we are, but the owners will just kill us. So, I don't know, hard to actually pull that off. I do like to see the use of forts, so always going to give a little bit of applause for the players who make use of forts. They are super, super strong. I don't really quite get building them all the way up here, though, but I guess, you know, if we're trying to save us from getting... I suppose, technically, if... Well, no. That wouldn't make any sense. Persia just... Simply, the win condition for Persia is they need to take Hispalis. Simple as that. There's no other objective for them in this game at this point. If they attack and Rome repels them, the game might as well be over for the Persians. Because if they cannot break into Hispalis and take the city, then long term, there should theoretically be no way for Persia to stop Rome from winning. So if the Persians throw everything they have at Rome and get repelled, and that, to me, for my personal assessment, would be evidence enough that I simply cannot beat this player in their current position. Because even if I did have time enough, even if this game is technically has 30 turns left before a point victory actually happens, and even if I have time enough to build up my force once more, Rome has proven definitively that they can beat me 2 times in a row while trying to take this city when we are of equal numbers. I personally would say, well done, and I would not want to play another 4 hours just to maybe get a third chance. And Fluffy, you're probably 100% correct, especially since we're now dumping resources into this defense. Rome is realistically at this stage more likely defending, because we need to build every single wonder to get a point victory, basically, at this stage. Or, I guess, start taking cities from Persia. So, realistically, I think Rome is actually, defending a time victory at this point. So maybe we should get a new setting in the game. We could always, make community rules around this. Nice. Longbow is finally doing longbow stuff. First slinger down. First casualty of the second battle of Hispalis. Fight for the Danube River. Slinger down. So yeah, we as a community can just decide these things, but could be interesting to have a quick game setting where maybe the time victory is, instead of 200 turns, it's like, I don't know, 130 turns, 140 turns or something like that. Or maybe 120. I feel like 100 is way too quick. But 120 to 130 is right around like that upper minimum where I feel like most games should be coming to a conclusion there. And I'm always concerned about that, though, because I worry that it will cause, you know, gross, weird, turtling strategies. But hey, if you can't beat your opponent when they're turtling, then that's on you. But then the other thing that I thought of recently, too, is a sudden death rule where if you lose your capital, you lose the game. Because we have had a couple of games in competitive play go to where a player loses their capital. And that should just be an automatic victory for the opponent. Because if you manage to take your opponent's capital, then they've very likely probably lost the game. Well, let's see if Persia can do that. You have somebody saying if Persia can get... Oh! You mean go through the fog. Ooh. That's brilliant. Yes. I'm 100%... Look at this movement. I'm on board with this. Oh, I wish we thought of this sooner. Kudos to... No, 130 isn't a quick game. But it's quicker than 200. Wait, who is the first person who said go through the desert? Was it you? Are you bringing it up again? Or was it somebody else? I'm going to credit you anyway. Burke Batal. Seriously good idea. I didn't know what you meant. I thought you meant like right here. But yeah, no. I want to point this out now that you pointed it out. In fact, let's look at Rome. Are we on Rome? Great. Let's look at Rome. Okay, yep. This hasn't even been explored, but even so, this is the full extent of the Roman vision. I wish we thought of this when we upgraded our cataphracts. Every single, all 12 or 13 of our cataphracts could have come into this desert. This would have been the most insane thing. It would have probably taken a similar amount of time. Come to this point. Use the vision indicator, right? This vision indicator as best you can. So if we swap onto the Persian side, right? Now, Persia probably doesn't have any vision down here either. Yep. Oh, no, they actually have better vision. They have better vision than Rome. They see this as open territory. Okay, so anyway, and plus you can infer that anyway. But we use this vision indicator from the Romans. Not showing it from here, but probably because it only shows what we can see, I guess. That makes sense. Yeah. Put all 12 of our Paltons. Stockpile. I'm making this sound easier than it is, but stockpile, 2,000 training, because we can get 1, 2, 3 fatigue, right? So this would be, how many spaces? 2? 1. 1, 2. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3. Force march. And we would I say just, but we would need 10 Paltons and hopefully a free city. Hopefully, we have this militia here, but hopefully he's not there. But even if he was, I mean, look how much effort it would take to get back here. The chariots could make it back, but the spears wouldn't. The camel could, of course, make it back, so the camels are an issue. That's a clever idea. That's a clever idea. Certainly a Hail Mary. But that goes back to what I was saying about opening up 2 fronts. Rome would scramble to figure out what to do in that situation. Send a bunch of stuff down this way, and we had the fighting force to then full on engage. In fact, what I think I would do, actually, is full on engage first. That might lead to us having a really bad round once we decide to do the force march nonsense. But I've been in situations where I'm so fixated on a fight, I don't even notice I have enemy units elsewhere. It'll cost too many orders. I don't know, Persia has a lot of orders. They have 50 orders. I think we could do that in one turn. Let's see how much it would cost. One more time. Around here-ish. 1, 2, 3. Force march would be 5-ish. 6. So let's round up and say 8 orders. Yeah, and we need 10. All right, I guess we don't have enough. Okay. If we round up and say we need 8 orders per cataphract, then we would need 10 of them, so 80 orders, which we do not have. Camels could certainly do it. Yes, camels could 100% do it. Even so, like, you come in here with a bunch of stuff, even if you just got everything in here first and didn't force march, that's still a sizable force to show up in the middle of your core, basically. Like, take one turn, move everybody up, and then the next turn, they could definitely blitz a city, and that would be tough. But anyway, that's not what's going to happen in the game. Love gaming out that possibility, but certainly not going to happen. All right, Persia advancing. At this stage, it's only makes sense to do this if they're okay. Here we are. We're going. We're actually going. I don't feel good about this. I don't feel good about this, and here's why. Normally, I think if you have onagers, which we do, and of course, thankfully, we have one extra onager. But normally, I think if you're going to advance like this, the turn that you advance into an opponent from your onager position, unless you really have secured some like good damage, which I don't think we did here, that's the turn you want to move up some onagers. But maybe we can just do it. Maybe just the one is fine. But we'll need spears on these flanks. This is gonna be it. Surely. What is this guy doing? We don't have any training for force marches. Let's look at Rome. Rome has 800 training. Oh my god. Rome has 800 training for force marches and 200 training per turn. Comparatively, the Persians have 40 training per turn. This is over. This is definitely going to be over. Wow. What a comeback for Rome. I really think Persia's screwed here. Still neck and neck. Literally, how is it this even? Turn 143, both players have exactly 64 orders. I've never seen anything like this. I know there has been tension in this game, but win or lose and or not in this game, please, as a community, can we give these guys credit for an insane game played? I know some experience issues. I know maybe some dubious calls were made. And yeah, any, the top tier players we have in this community could probably be in way different places at this point in the game. But that's not the point. The fact that I've just never seen a game of Old World so evenly matched. But I really think, that said, excuse me, that said, I really think Persia is about to have an absolute hammer come down on them next turn. Let me grab a chariot. And that's the route chain waiting to happen. Oh, God. Where are our other spears? Please move this spear up to, here-ish. Or out here-ish. Actually, no, deeper. You want the spear right here. You want a spear here? I mean, this ballista's dead. There's nothing that's going to save this ballista. Because you can come up and kill these slingers. This is... Oh, man, this is so bad. All of that build-up and waiting. We have 14 orders left. My instinct here is that Cliff is hoping that after very likely every single one of these units dies, I think Cliff is hoping he's going to get some massive route chains in return from his hung back cataphracts. Which, I mean, I've done stuff like that before. You send a whole squad of stuff to their death, you get the fight started, and then you come in with some routes or range or onager fire. But this is not looking great. Oh my god. Look at this front line. How many chariots does Rome have? And a couple of horsemen now, right? Hopping on over to the Romans. Oh, Cliff. Look at this. 5 chariots. 3 horsemen. 5 war elephants. And 6 camels to boot. Dude. Oh my god. Short of lack of orders, the Persians are about to get absolutely obliterated. Orders are going to be the only thing that saved them on this turn. Oh my god. Everything. Look at where's the horse? This is the horseman, guys. And these spears are not positioned. Every single ranged unit in this position is potentially dead. Because we have longbows, right? Depends on how deep he dives. Oh, there's the first one. Jesus Christ. I think this is going to be over in 2 turns. Maybe even in 1. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is going to be so bad. We're already 3... We lost 2 units, by the way. Last turn. The Romans lost 2 units. And there's a freaking hero on the throne. I can't see that because of the position of my mic. I can't see the ruler stat. Oh my god, and there's a hero on the throne. Where are you? Where is our hero? Are you on anybody? General of a longbow. What happens? Can I click the longbow to find you? Yes. Right here. And we have the training for the launch offensive. This is it. This is over. This is over. All that build-up. Of course, Persia didn't really have a choice in some respects. But all that build-up to just get obliterated on the first move. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. Given a little too much effort, I think, trying to get this route chain moving, I would have opened up a second one. Like, look at this horseman, dude. But that's fine. If not this round, certainly next round. Still similar. A hero on the throne in the nick of time. The gods favor the Romans on this day. Politics is stabilized. Our champions are actually no longer upset. They are cautious. No combat penalty for the Romans for the first time in Lord knows how many years. Decades. Maybe even 100 years. Oh my god. We have 4 kills so far. 15 orders left. Can certainly secure. Get a longbow up here. Yeah, this longbow, and we have another archer. End with the ballista. At least end with the ballista here. Move this longbow, hit this archer, get this archer down. And then what do we got? What do we got? Come up with another chariot. We can afford to throw away a chariot. 2 chariots on the ballista. Call that a round. Oh, we're going in for more routes. Seems a little bit dangerous with our order count to try and go for more routing, but alas, here we are. We can actually just nail this guy with this longbow. 5 kills. Yes, I agree. Bob and Campbell was pointing out that 12 cataphracts could murder a bunch of stuff next turn, but they're not. They're going to stop at these forts. So what's going to happen is we're going to murder whatever out here, very likely. Fine, but then we still have lots of routing potential on Rome. 4 orders left. Another one. Okay, there it is. There it is. And we can get the ballista. 7 kills. Holy shit. Well, are you really being greedy? The ballista's right there. Okay. We have to buy the training for it. It's so worth it. Please buy the training for it. Kill this guy, yes, but also kill the ballista. All the onagers are in range. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff dying on Rome, but Rome has so many fresh troops. Yes! Buy the training. Do it! Do it! There it is. What a hell of a turn. 8 turns, removing the only ballista in the field for Persia. That ballista was thrown away, never got a single attack. 200 training. And, sorry, yeah, if we spend 2 training, we could kill a slinger. But honestly, I don't think that's worth it. Oh, we're doing it. Do it anyway. Oh, no, we're moving people up. Oh, we could pan... Oh, okay. Okay. We moved an elephant up, panicked this guy off of this fort, and we put it... Oh, beautiful. That's a lot of training. What is happening? Stop spending training! You need to launch offensive! Don't spend all of your training. Okay, that part I don't like. I did like the bumping and the putting of the spear there to get the fort back. But we spent another like 2 or 3 orders on something, and I don't know why. 2 or 300 training on something. We want to be within launch offensive range. But of course, I think we'll be able to kill enough stuff to get there next turn. Stop it! Okay, well, we got another kill. 9 kills is fine. I feel like you'd get more kills if you just saved the training for a launch offensive next turn, but whatever. 9 kills. That's a devastating blow. How are we on power? Oh, Cliff! Round 1 of combat. First year. First assault. Cliff drops to weaker. This is awesome. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. All orders are finished up in Rome. Where the hell is my water? Oh, there it is. Wow. Unreal. I feel so bad for Cliff. Quick recap before the term's over. He had it. This devastating loss. Look at this. This fight was started around turn 59, turn 60. Persia barely lost any units. And the Romans just nosedived their power. They had like 3 to 5 units left at this stage in the game. And the Persians just stopped their advance. Baldus, if you're around, I want you to hop on the post-game chat if this ends. So if this ends, feel free to hop into Hanging Gardens if you're watching live. Once it ends, and we'll have a chat with these guys. Yeah, no, I know about the refund, but it can be very frustrating to end up being, and tons of people have been here before it happened to me. It can be very frustrating to spend training thinking, oh, it's fine, I'll kill a bunch of stuff next turn, and only to end up being something stupid like 50 training short of a launch offensive. All right, back to the Persians. 57 orders to work with. Onagers all in range. We fired our first onager, and it's routing time for the Persians. Wow, look at this, though. This is a cataphract archer that can do 8 damage to a longbow. So yeah, we could see plenty of stuff die. Could see plenty of stuff die. I still don't think that the Persians went about this the correct way in terms of initiating the engagement. Also hilarious that we routed ourselves into zone lock, but it doesn't matter because this guy's absolutely dying next round. Yeah, Constant said there was 70 turn, 70 training away. I think one time I was 20 training away from a launch offensive that I very desperately needed. All right, here we go. Digging deeper. How deep can we go? I feel like trying to get much deeper is probably a waste. Be mindful of these forts. Of course, the elephants obscure the damn things. Oh, and a new ruler. We had a death. Still friendly, though. Still friendly with our main family. Let's see what our options are. We can get a schemer who's severely ill. Oh, the gods are saying, screw this. The gods are on the sides of the Romans 100%. Severely ill regent. Era of corruption. Oh. After all this time. 4 rebels! Unless we can get 2,000 gold. Which we probably can. But, dude, what a wallop of a turn in Persia. What a turn of events in Persia. The gods have shown their favor. The gods have shown their favor, and I think we're looking for a Roman victory here. Wow, these guys freaking hurt, though. Holy crap. Fun fact, you can kill this unit and still rout. I want to see if Cliff is aware of that. Nope, doesn't look like he's going to do it. Looks like he's going to go the long way. That's unfortunate. If there are valid targets nearby for you to attack and you kill a unit far away, that's another thing that makes these guys busted. You can still rout. All right, so that's 5 kills. We dealt 2 kills to start with. No, actually, technically it started with 1 kill. So 10 kills on the Roman side so far. 8 kills. 8 kills for the Persians. So we're 10 to 8. Back to similar. Really hoping we can get a longbow down. And if we can get this Hystastus down as well, we can actually stop the construction of this fort. And likely kill 2 workers for more opinion damage. Which could be good. I may have spoke too soon. But I don't know. There's still a lot of stuff. And a lot of creative stuff. Lots of stompy boys. Lots of rout potential in return. Tons of spears to mess up these cataphracts. Although, again, that's only 20 damage. 8 damage. That's more like it. This guy's a commander and riders. 19 orders left for the Persians. Trying to get these spears out of the way. Seeing if we can make a path. Oh, actually, we have a path. Maybe not with this guy, huh? Really, really important to use these hills with your Palton. Look at this. You can come up here and kill this spear with a Palton, and you're then almost perfectly shielded from counter. And it's order efficient. It's order efficient. We're spending 3 or 5 orders to do what literally just 2 orders could do. Oh, and we used the damn unit anyway. That's gross. And it's exposed. Oh, Cliff, my boy. Oh, no. That sucks. We just spent at least 1, 2. I don't know where this guy came from. So at least 2. At least a third one to get him out of the way. And then what was that? 1, 2, maybe? 3? So that's like 7 orders or something like that to do what literally 2 orders could have done. This guy got involved in the attack, and he could have just been on this hill. Bummer. Don't forget that your Paladins have 2 range up on hills. Very, very silly, powerful, annoying aspect of their abilities. And yeah, the Schemer will be useful a little bit for order buying, so maybe we'll catch that at the end. Oh, and another route. 9 units. 9 to 9, 10. Here we go. Oh, one more. Don't end your turn. Look at your events first. Ooh, we can get Highlander on this guy. Which would be very useful. Yes. Okay. Notice. Grab the Schemer. What? Oh, okay. You know what? Actually, we can tell him to... We can tell him to buzz off. We could do that. And the reason for that is he's severely ill, so we might die next turn anyway. He's not a problem. Yes, Paladins used to have 2 range, and that was disgusting. I'm so glad it got nerfed. In particular because I think it helped create a better identity between the mounted Lancers and the Cataphracts. Because now that the mounted Lancers have the long-distance range and the hyper-mobility, I think that makes them more unique and better suited. Okay, so we lost 10 units. So the current tally between both players across every aspect of the conflict, including the death of the very first slinger that walked across, is 11 to 11. And here it comes. Here it comes, the big route chain. Routing back and forth. Although this is going to be a tough ask for these guys. And we didn't get Highlander. Why? Oh, wow. I wonder what we chose. Route. Crazy. 2 kills already. Landowners are now angry. Landowners seem to make up about 50% of our force in the region. In fact, there doesn't seem to be a lot of champions units in this region, to be honest. Seem pretty even. A lot of effort to take this guy down. 3 kills. Every Cataphract Archer we take down, though, is super important. Need to get these longbows up here. Need to get our hero up here. Start doing some serious damage. Nice critical! Awesome. Critical hit. Just brutal. This guy is a beefy monstrosity. I think we got it, though. Can we use a regular archer? Nope. Oh, damn it! We needed to come a little bit closer. Needed to get this guy a little bit closer. There it is, the 1 poke. 4 Cataphract Archers down for the Persians. 5 units in total. This is insane. Persia, still similar, though. Only 7 orders left for the Romans. This longbow can come up here. Don't spend all of your orders to do this. Save it. Save it for launch offensive. Well, actually, you can probably spend 1 more and you're fine. Really want to see a launch offensive next turn, though. I think he should have whacked this guy with this longbow up here and taken out the mace instead of all that effort going out all the way out there for a slinger. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Great observation, Boulders. Both players are actually doing very surprisingly. It's. I feel like often it's the other way around. Both players have been playing very quickly in these combat turns, but much slower in their eco turns. Probably because you go through the orders a lot quicker when you're actually in combat, I think. But I guess they could be taking more time to math this stuff out. And we are spending training on what? Stop! I mean, I guess we might as well kill this mace, if we're gonna. I really hope we spot this. No, we're going to kill this guy. Excuse me. Sorry. Max saying players would probably benefit from slowing down and taking their time on these critical combat turns. Yeah, probably. I think I take my turns way too quickly in combat. Dude, stop wasting your orders. I think Lerrike doesn't know how launch offensive works. Because the right launch offensive, he just got 7 kills. You can jump that up to something crazy like 14 in one round. There are, as far as I can tell, there's only 3 Persian spears left in the field at the moment. Which means more routing. I want to take a hop back to Rome real quick. And look at the fact that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 routing units that remain. And there are only 4 spears left in the vicinity. And how many cataphract archers do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 remain. 6 remain and 2 Paltons. How about the spear composition on the Roman side? Cliff is calling it! It's it! They're similar, but I guess you can see it. Oh, and there's more rebels. Shiraz working against Cliff this entire game. I have to show this. Family opinion. Persia. Look at this. Negative since turn 69. Rebels since turn 70. What happened? What? What happened? What happened? I don't understand. What's going on? Did Persia just not take a turn? 60 orders left. More death. Wow. Wow. Could be misclick, yeah. Woo! Crazy game. Crazy game. There it is! Wait. What? Oh, okay. Whew, there we go. That confused me. I thought we were on the turn. That confused the crap out of me. Oh my god! Yep, and that's how it is in the old world sometimes. Snap 4 hours of build-up for 4 minutes of mayhem. And that is precisely why I am notorious for surrendering games. Even if there's still a chance left, because I really don't ever feel like playing out another 4 hours of game just for a 5-minute fight where maybe I still win. Oh, we've done it. This may very well be the longest, is turn one, certainly the longest amount of time, years played, and quite possibly, I think, the longest tournament match so far. Whoa! Long game. Insanely well matched. $30 of you in the channel now. Thank you guys being so... thank you guys for being here and, you know, for the excitement. And, yeah. I don't know. My brain's scatterbrained. What a crazy, crazy match. Congratulations, Lerrike, on the win.
Yes, thank you.
You might be muted.
It was such a long game. I can't believe it.
Oh, no, you are. I had my headphones muted. All right. Good job, man.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I'm very, very happy that I won, but yes, it was a very long game and there is like million different mistakes I make. I'm sure you did some analysis on your stream, but you know, yeah, very evenly matched game, yes.
Yeah, it was a very, very long game. It's, you know, and those are rare. Like, they certainly can be possible, but I was saying while watching the game that last season, out of 58 games, only one game went to turn, you know, around turn 150. We had a couple other ones that concluded around turn 120, but the majority of games end before turn 100. So it's really kind of a testament to both of your guys' endurance that we even made it this far, because if you look at that power graph, man, there were several times where you guys just hammered away at each other, and yet neither could bring it to a close, which is just insane.
Yes. Hello, Cliff. You're unmuted. Or muted, I mean. But yes, it's quite funny because I tried to end the game like on turn 10. I tried the like rush strategy, but it didn't work, and I attacked in the middle game, and Cliff destroyed me, and it's so funny. I was like that. I'm losing at that one point, but yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think that actually happened. I think when your big assault on Ortospana, which ultimately led you to losing the middle city, I really do think there was a window there for Cliff to keep pressing on and into you, and at the very least take Hispalis before it being slowed down, perhaps. But I think even if they just took Hispalis, I don't think you would have been able to recover in the same way long term if you didn't have that way to move out of your core, you know, the central core of your empire.
Yes, that was a very, very dangerous situation. Yes, it is correct.
Hello guys. Baldus here. I just joined per request by Scientific, and I am just gonna echo what Scientific is saying. What an absolute amazing match to both of you. That was such a fun and interesting game back and forth with, I think, both of you having multiple opportunities to take the win, but somehow fumbling it, but providing an even more entertainment game nevertheless. So that was really great.
Cliff,
Can you hear
welcome to the
me?
chat.
Yes, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes. When I got that middle city, I wasn't sure what to do next. Go up and take the tribe cities or try to push on. I'll have to look back and see. I think I probably should have pushed on, as you were saying, and try and take his palace. I seen 3 or 4 spearmen there, and I thought, well, I've only got 6 or 7 spearmen. I'm not sure I could take that city, so I hesitated and got stuck.
Yeah, no, of course it happens. I mean, I think learning when to attack or when to hang
Yes.
back. I mean, like that's we all get it wrong. Even the most experienced players. There's tons of like I'm often too aggressive. Alcaris is often too cautious, and both
Yeah.
both things can cause us to lose the game. So I mean, yeah, it definitely makes sense to probably want to trade it more cautious. It's a champion city, and it sucks because if you look at the power graph, it's like by the time you were ready to attack from turn 80 up to turn 97, that in that time frame Rome was able to like come back into the game, and they just happened to get their unique unit, and they also just literally the turn after you attacked, their free ballista came out, or maybe just the turn before. So it's timing, man. It's always complex.
Yeah. I seen the ballista come up to the front line, but I couldn't get away. I couldn't stop it, and I knew it was on its way.
Yeah.
But I couldn't get ahead militarily. Every time I checked the power graph, it just said similar, and I thought I can't get any stronger. I can't get ahead of him here. He's producing units as much as I am, and I just got stuck. Couldn't go any further. And then I seen he was going up on the left side, taking all the tribal cities, and I thought, well, points are, it's 40 to 22 now.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd just make an attack there at the end. I didn't think it was going to do well at the end, but I thought I'd give it a go. And
yeah, honestly, you were at a point where that was mostly your only option. Whether now or 10 turns from now is,
yes.
We were doing the math, and it would have taken a while. But because he had the legendary city and you didn't, it's like there were more wonders on the table for him and all this stuff. So ultimately, unfortunately, you were put into a position where you had to make a move, whether it was the best move you could make or not.
That's correct.
Okay,
well, I enjoyed that. It dragged on a little bit. Sorry for keeping everybody back, but I enjoyed it, and I'll see how I go next time.
No. Don't. Yeah, I was saying in this particular class, it felt bad because obviously with the way we've structured the tournament, we were expecting some games might hang on, and like so we're waiting like a weekend or whatever for a final game or two to wrap up. It just so happens that this game happens to be one of the rare games that goes almost as long as the game could possibly go, and it is a bit unfortunate that the position is like, sure, tons of people are waiting for the game to wrap up, and for the next round to conclude, begin. But don't feel bad about that.
Yep. All right.
We made the call as organizers. So if anything, stuff like that, gets players frustrated, it's on us. To try and find ways to have the tournament go smoother. And no, you guys played an amazing game, and to your point about not being able to get an edge, like if you look through all of the different graphs, science, orders, military, it's like, one of you may have squeaked ahead a little bit for a moment, but by the end stage, I don't think I've ever seen 2 players and 2 nations so evenly matched by nearly every metric. The only thing that Lerrike kind of creeped ahead of you on, or not creeped, but like got a definitive lead on, was the economy to start wonder spamming, really. And obviously the ability to expand. But otherwise, orders, science, and military, the 3 big things you need to really win a game, were even, which was awesome.
Well, I enjoyed that. That was good. I'm looking forward to the next one, see how I get on.
Yeah, it's certainly great practice. You guys got some end game practice. You guys got huge battle practice. I think this is the large. I'm looking at this army right now. This is one of the largest battles I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So yeah, like really cool.
There's a lot of Roman units still there on the screen.
Yes, yes. Now,
Okay, well, I have to go. So I enjoyed that, and I look forward to the next one.
okay, take care. Thank you for tuning in for a
Right,
chat.
And thanks for casting. That's very good of you, giving up your time on a Saturday.
Oh, absolutely. I'm exactly where I want to be. So thank you guys for letting us watch.
All right.
It was great fun. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thanks.
Yes,
Bye.
thanks. Yes.
Bye, Lerrike. Well played. Bye.
All right, well played, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to wrap up the stream then. Lerrike as the winner. If you have any last words, feel free.
I'm a bit exhausted. Yeah. But
Yeah.
Great game. Thank you for this match. It was very, very fun. So, yeah.
Well, we had a lot of people watching. There were 30 people in chat, and there was like something like 35 or 40, I think, in one of Boldus' chat. So lots of eyes and activity on this. So thanks again. I'm going to hang up the call here and close out the stream. So thanks for hopping on, guys, and good luck in the next round.
Yes, thank you.
All right, everybody, that concludes this marathon, insane 145 turn session back and forth between both players. As I was saying and has pointed out earlier, dead even on nearly every metric. Seriously, like, look at this. They're only 100 orders apart by the end of this game, and 64 to 63. Science finally getting a lead for Rome. 1,000 lead now, but, however many turns ago, 20 turns ago, neck and neck. Military score. Rome was finally squeaking ahead there as well. And then, yeah, just a nosedive from both players. And really solid round, comeback round from the Persians with their routing. But ultimately, yeah, they just didn't have this battle locked down because too many units in the field from Rome. So I'm exhausted as well. I'm going to close out the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. For the Euro players headed into the second round, thank you so much for your patience. And if you're watching after the fact on YouTube and you're here because you watched this entire session, what is it, like 12, 15-hour game? Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you've been enjoying the tournament. Tune in to the Old World Mohawk YouTube channel for the playlist to follow along and all the action. We have tons and tons and tons of games coming up. As always, I'm Scientific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament. Thank you so much for watching.